Commissioner Flem,
Yes.
Commissioner Burley,
Yes.
Commissioner Bridges,
Yes.
Commissioner Tharple,
Abstain.
Commissioner DeAngelis,
Yes.
Commissioner Dickey,
Yes.
Commissioner Dunham,
Yes.
Commissioner France,
Feedback.
Yes.
You.
and then Commissioner Simpson,
Yes.
Commissioner, that does it. It's been approved.
All right, great, thank you. You have a report of receipts and expenditures for last month. Any questions? Otherwise, we'll entertain a motion to approve those.
Make a motion to approve the receipts and expenditures as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
First by Commissioner Snyder, second by Commissioner Heydrich. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, passes. You have a report of last month's actions by staff in front of you. Any questions? All right, no action required on that. We also have a report on last month's actions by our legislative bodies. The only thing of note is I saw that the Lakeside Park fence matter that we had, which we recommended approval, that was denied, which, she knows, pretty unique, but that's interesting. All right, that moves us on to the public hearing portion of our agenda. The first item is file number PC-26-0005-MA, Crestview Hills Concept Development Plan. The applicant is Ortho Cincy, and the location is 600 Centerview Boulevard, an area of approximately 4.27 acres located on the north side of Centerview Boulevard, between Chancellor Drive to the west and Rhine Valley Lane to the east, approximately 1/4 mile east of Chancellor Drive and Crestview Hills. The request is a concept development plan review for a property within the BP1 Business Park Zone. The applicant is proposing to construct a 2-story, 44,800 square foot medical office building with 236 off-street parking spaces and landscaping. Mr. Vidakovich.
Good evening, and thank you. For the record, my name is Andy Vidakovich, and I am the Director of Planning with PDS. As the chair stated, this is a concept development plan review within the city of Crestview Hills. The site is located within the suburban sub-area of the comprehensive plan. It is located south of I-275. The site is approximately 4.3 acres located on the north side of Centerview Boulevard. The front approximately 3 acres, or about 70% of the site, has largely been cleared and graded. The remainder of the site to the north is characterized by slopes greater than 20% and is wooded. The site is within the Thomas More Office Park, which contains a mixture of suburban style professional and medical offices. The site is zone BP1, as is the entire office park. The existing land use is reflective of the office park with a variety of different offices within the vicinity. The site is vacant, and there is also vacant land across Centerview Boulevard. This is looking east along Centerview Boulevard, so the site in question is on the left-hand side. This is looking west down towards Rhine Valley Drive. This is looking west along Centerview, so in basically the opposite direction. The site's on the right-hand side of the screen, and you can see the adjacent office building to the site. And finally, this is looking directly into the site. Again, the front, approximate 30% of the site is graded and flat, and then the rear is sloped and wooded. So the intent of the BP1 zone is to create a planned research office park. Approvals within the BP1 zone require a concept development plan, which is what we're reviewing today, and then a final development plan prior to permits being issued. This is the site plan that the applicant submitted. The site plan indicates a 2-story, 44,800 square foot medical office building. There will be a canopy over the front entrance, as well as 236 off-street parking spaces. Access to the site will be provided from an existing shared access point with the office to the west of the site and an additional access point onto Centerview Boulevard. The applicant is indicating a monument sign at the new entrance along Centerview Boulevard. There is a dumpster located in the northwest corner of the off-street parking area. There are provisions for stormwater management on the site. And finally, there is a retaining wall at the northeast corner of the off-street parking area. The applicant also submitted a full landscaping plan. The landscaping plan indicates the preservation of a large part of the existing vegetation along the north side of the site. It also indicates foundation landscaping, perimeter landscaping, foundation landscaping, and parking lot island landscaping as well. The applicant has indicated that as part of this project, they will be seeking alternative compliance modifications from the zoning administrator. So the zoning ordinance allows the zoning administrator to grant modifications if certain criteria are met. The specific modifications that they are seeking are regarding the parking lot landscaping, the foundation landscaping, the perimeter parking lot landscaping, and the site perimeter parking lot landscaping. The applicant wants this to be a part of the record. However, the planning commission nor the legislative body doesn't actually need to take action on this. Final landscaping plans will be reviewed and approved during the final development plan. But again, the applicant just wanted to be upfront and let you all and the city know that they will be seeking those adjustments later on in the process. The building itself will be constructed of EIFS, manufactured stone, metal panel, and aluminum curtain systems. This is a color rendering submitted by the applicant. As you can see, they are also showing a wall sign on the front elevation. Staff conducted a review of the comprehensive plan as it relates to this project and finds that it is consistent with the suburban sub-area element. The site is a strategic location within an existing employment center with access to major roadways and tank routes. However, staff also did find some inconsistencies. Specifically, the proposed development doesn't indicate any sidewalks along Centerville Boulevard. Currently, the way the office park is developed, there are sidewalks on the southern part of Centerview Boulevard, but not along the northern part. So staff notes that while there are gaps in the network in this area, this is an opportunity to maybe start infilling some of those gaps to improve pedestrian and bicycle connectivity, especially to the adjacent nearby tank routes. The comprehensive plan, the recommended land use is commercial, as is the entire office park. Centerview Boulevard is identified as a collector street. And there is a small portion of the northern part of the lot that is within the developmentally sensitive area. However, if you recall from the development plan, no development is actually being proposed in this area. And then there are also a couple of blue line streams to the north as well. So this isn't a map amendment, so we're not going to rely necessarily on the state statutes for findings. However, this is still a review to determine compliance with the local code, and the local code does state that concept development plans must be reviewed in terms of their consistency with the comprehensive plan, whether or not it complies with zoning and subdivision regulation, how it manages traffic, and if there are sufficient utilities in the area. So staff is giving this a favorable recommendation. We do find that it is generally consistent with the comprehensive plan, and we also find that it does meet the minimum requirements of the zoning ordinance, except for two areas. So I already mentioned the sidewalks along Centerview Boulevard. The other part of the zoning ordinance is access spacing along a collector. So as I mentioned, Centerview Boulevard is actually a collector street in this area, and unsignalized access points have to be located 600 feet apart. And as you recall, they're proposing that new access point, which doesn't meet the spacing requirements from either the east or west access point. I will note, however, for the record, that the zoning ordinance does allow the legislative body to waive these requirements if they make that part of their action when they approve the plan. And finally, as is pretty typical with concept development plans, we will require additional information on future development plans if this is approved. Things like specific lighting, landscaping, which they already had a pretty well thought out plan, but paving and things like that. We'll need additional details on that to ensure compliance with the zoning ordinance if this is approved. So With that, I will be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Vidakovich? Thank you. All right, I have signed up to speak. All in favor, Devin Ulrich, Alex Mattingly, Paul Meyer, Brock McKay, Paige Crate, Tanya Zergerling, or Zingerling. I'm terrible with these names, I apologize. That's who I have signed up. We can start with our applicant. I don't know who on the applicant team would like to present.
Good evening. I'm Devin Ulrich with Viox and Viox Engineering, 466 Erlanger Road. I'm the design engineer on this project. Joining me this evening is our landscape architect, Tanya Zingerling, Paige Kripe, CFO of OrthoCincy, and Jay Cook with OrthoCincy. I'm just going to walk through the project. So first, a little about OrthoCincy. OrthoCincy is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the tri-state area, 14 locations across the region. This new location will replace an existing facility while expanding the range of services available to local patients. The facility will include treatment and exam rooms for all orthopedic specialties, as well as physical therapy, advanced therapies, and on-site X-ray and MRI services. A portion of the building will also be dedicated to administrative offices. The expected number of employees is about 90, and the expected number of patients to be seen each day is around 330. Hours of operation will include Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., Saturday, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., and closed on Sundays. The proposed site is located at 600 Centerview Boulevard in Crestview Hills, Kentucky. This is part of the Thomas More Center development, approximately 4.27 acres. The proposed site and all adjoining sites are zoned BP1. Like Andy said, BP1 requires a stage 1 development plan process in Crestview Hills, and medical office uses is permitted in BP1. So during the design and development of this site, there are a few different constraints that led to the current layout. The first being the steep slope at the rear of the site, really limited to the easily developed area. There's also an existing 20-foot sanitary sewer easement that also limited the development in that area. And then along the eastern property line, there's a 24-inch gas main and easement. Our team is currently working with Duke Easement to obtain an encroachment permit, but this is also limiting in what we could place within their easement. So like Andy said, a proposed 44,800 square foot building. We are proposing to have 2 access locations. One would be using the existing shared driveway entrance with the building at 576 Centerview Boulevard. The other entrance would utilize an existing curb cut on Centerview Boulevard. The site would have 236 parking spaces as required by the user for a high demand medical service. Detention will be off-site in an existing shared detention basin and will meet SD1 requirements. We have met with SD1 and discussed the project, and we are working on a design for that. Site lighting will comply with Article 7.05 of Crestview Hills zoning ordinance. That will be designed by others. And a proposed monument sign at the entrance on Centerview closest to Rhine Valley. As discussed, the landscape plan was submitted as part of the development plan. Due to the site constraints kind of previously explained, we will be asking for a number of waivers for this, and just wanted to present that to you all now. And this is the front building elevation. The height to the highest parapet is 35 feet. front building rendering. The building will be composed of ephes, metal paneling, stone veneer, and then have a front canopy for patient drop-off. Thank you. Our team is available for any questions.
Any questions for our applicant?
Can you address why the sidewalks weren't shown along Centennial or along the main street, Centerview Boulevard?
Yes, yeah, when we were looking at the overall development, there currently is no sidewalk until you reach Chancellor Drive. So we did not put it in that you will not have any connection to it at this point. And we did speak with Alex Mattingly at Crestview Hills on this issue.
Any other questions? Yeah, Mr. Dickey.
Yes, I see that you're asking for a request to, on the interior landscaping. I see on your concept development plan that 112 spaces are required. However, you're proposing 236. What's driving that 236? And is there enough that you could sacrifice 2 to 4 of those to add some additional interior trees in the parking lot?
Yeah, the number is being driven by Ortho Cincy. They, I stated previously, they expect to see like about 330 patients each day and have 90 employees. Now, obviously, 330 not all at once, but allowing for overlap with appointment times. So that 236 was really trying to maximize parking for their use.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Mr. Roy.
Are mechanical systems rooftop mounted, and are they screened from the street?
I think they're still being designed, so
In
I'm not
development.
sure.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Whitman?
Concerning the new curb cut, were there any physical or, I guess, legal barriers preventing the possibility of using the shared curb cut entrance on both the east and the west instead of
Oh, just exclusively the shared? I guess that's a possibility. We were just trying to provide circulation. And there is, that curb cut is existing, so we had planned to just utilize that.
Anyone else? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any of the other individuals I've called would like to present? Mr. Madden?
Hello there, I'm Alex Mattingly. I'm the City Administrator for Crestview Hills. The city agrees with the staff report except for 2 deviations that we would ask you guys to recommend. And you've already discussed them tonight, and I'll give you the logic behind it. The first is, we are also recommending, proposing waiving the sidewalk requirement. So if you look at that side of Centerview Boulevard, it's all developed except for this lot and maybe another lot, no sidewalks. They're on the south. So to create an island and kind of wouldn't have the purpose it truly needs. And asking all the properties to add sidewalks is difficult. So we would ask you to recommend the waiver of that sidewalk requirement for this lot. And the second thing is to allow them to use the current curb cut. So that is an existing curb cut. And while it is a collector street, this is not like, I hate to use an example like Dudley Road or Garvey Avenue. It's not that busy. So, it's a reasonable request that the city would agree with to waive that requirement that they have to use a different curb cut than the existing one.
Yeah, I don't know if Mr. Darkle wants to talk about the sidewalk issue. I mean, of course, we hear that issue pretty regularly, and the response, we don't want to put in a sidewalk to nowhere, but ultimately there are sidewalk projects that are funded through grants or assessments or sites redeveloped, and it just, otherwise you're making it more expensive on the city or whoever's driving that potential sidewalk project down the road. So
hey, I'm a sidewalk guy too, and so is Mayor Meyer. But we have tried to get grants for sidewalks at least 3 times, and we haven't, it gets denied every time because they say it's a sidewalk to nowhere, a federal grant, so, you know, we've tried.
Yeah.
But we also don't want to discourage ortho-sensi and have to add cost either.
Right, yeah, and I was gonna get clarification on this. I mean, we just have in front of us the plan to say whether or not we believe it's consistent with the comprehensive plan, to see if we believe it complies with zoning generally. As far as recommending particular waivers, I don't think that's.
Well, or whatever's appropriate, that you would say that, you know,
Yeah,
I don't think you have to
what would
rubber
happen
stamp
is
this staff report.
If there was a consensus to find that it was consistent with these things, we would make a approval, and then the waiver would be to the legislative body. So,
Okay.
I think that's.
The waiver comes back to us.
Well, the
no.
waiver's a subdivision.
Waiver comes back to us.
So under their ordinance, it would come, it's, okay. All right.
We'd have to go.
The
Yeah,
waiver-
we don't have, so yeah, we can't rule on that waiver tonight without the waiver.
I don't think it's.
Well, the waiver is done by the legislative body
Well,
alone
that's what we're talking about.
in our zoning ordinance.
Yeah, I thought there was.
It doesn't come back to
I don't know if Andy
KCPC.
can provide some clarifications. Normally, it's from the subdivision regulations, but
If not, that,
Yeah, this is a zoning requirement that we're talking about here,
Okay.
so, yeah,
Yes,
it would be the
okay.
legislative body.
all right, thank you.
so word it however you feel appropriate, but the city is saying
Yeah.
that, you know, we are not going to require sidewalks, and we're also not going to require them to move the curb cut. It's a good project, well thought out, you know. I think they explained why they need more parking spots than normal, so.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Any questions for Mr. Mattingly?
I'm just curious, I mean, we've had sidewalks in our regulations a long time, so how was it, the history that the whole Thomas More Parkway never got sidewalks on each side? Is there some overriding thing within that particular Thomas More Parkway development that didn't?
I heard Mayor Meyer say he might address that, but I would say this Thomas More Parkway does have sidewalks, and Centerview Boulevard has sidewalks, so, just on one side. And I'll let the mayor address, he knows the history, but I mean, it dates back to the 1980s. We've changed a lot of viewpoints since 1980s, so.
Anybody else? All right.
All right, thank you.
Okay, anyone else signed, Mayor, would you like to address the sidewalk issue?
Sure. I'm, like Alex said, I'm a big sidewalk person. And I think when Thomas More and when Hemmer were development, I said, hey, we need a sidewalk plan. And they did provide us a sidewalk plan with sidewalks on one side, and that's the plan we're using. I don't have access to that plan, but that's the plan we're using.
Would you all be in favor of putting something, at least something out there to allow a crosswalk across and mark it so that, I mean, you got some place for people to come out of this building if they choose to walk somewhere. I don't see it being a big thing for sidewalk and walkability right now, but at least put something where they can get to the other side somewhere from all those buildings.
Yeah, the only thing is that would require, in reality, to make it ADA compliant, we have to have the tactile domes on both sides and things like that. And so we'll have to talk to the developer if that's possible and see if they can come up with a plan. It may be best that it's over by their common
That's what I'm saying,
one,
between the
since
buildings.
that's adjacent to our park.
Because, I mean, you got a little park right there and
Right.
everything that people could walk over to for lunch. Why not put a crosswalk? It's a whole lot cheaper than another sidewalk.
I agree. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thanks, Mayor. Okay, anyone else on the sign-up list I called like to speak? All right, hearing none, we will recess the public hearing for discussion among commissioners. Thoughts?
Can I get clarification on how to make the motion? Do I add the changes to the crosswalk and the curb cut into that, or just recommend in favor in general with the
I mean, I think
plan?
as far as, recommending changes, they would have, the applicant would have to agree to that.
Would it be like
right, as a
conditional use?
condition.
Right, I think we would recommend in favor with recommendations, not conditions.
Okay,
Okay. All right.
thank you.
Anybody else? All right. We will return to public hearing. Any clarifications needed to staff or anyone else? If not, we'll close the public hearing and we'll entertain a motion. Would our Crestview Hills rep like to make a motion?
Yes, so I would like to make the following motion with reference to PC 260005 MA, the Crestview Hills Concept Development Plan, that we approve the development plan based on the facts and considerations contained in the staff report and the testimony of staff and witnesses present at the public hearing. I further find that the proposed development plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the applicable regulations. However, I would like to make two recommendations with that. First, that the OrthoSensei can waive adding sidewalks, but consider adding a crosswalk for safety and walkability, and also allow them to use the existing curb cut that's already there.
I'll second.
Who had the second? Commissioner Burling? All right. Any discussion? Mr. Smith, would you call the roll?
That stopped working. Commissioner Baumgartner?
Yes.
Commissioner Burling?
Yes.
Commissioner Bridges?
Yes.
Commissioner Darkle?
Yes.
Commissioner DeAngelis?
Yes.
Commissioner Dickey?
Yes.
Commissioner Dunham?
Yes.
Commissioner France?
Yes.
Commissioner Heydrich?
Yes.
Commissioner Simpson?
Yes.
Commissioner Snyder?
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Yes.
Commissioner Wickman?
Yes.
And then Commissioner Flam?
Yes.
And the motion is approved.
All right. Thank you very much. Next item is file number PC 26-0005-TX, Crestview Hills Text Amendment. The applicant is the City of Crestview Hills. The summary is a proposed text amendment to the Crestview Hills zoning ordinance to amend the permitted uses of signs in the institutional INT zone to allow window signs with a maximum area of up to 25% of the total window area on a building wall. Ms. Barber?
Thank you and good evening. For the record, I'm Kayla Barber, Associate Planner with PDS staff. And as the chair stated, this is a proposed text amendment to the Crestview Hills zoning ordinance to allow window signs in the institutional zone. Under current regulations, window signs are not allowed in the institutional zone. However, wall, detached principal, detached additional, entrance, and banner signs are currently allowed. The purpose of the institutional zone, typical uses may include hospitals, medical facilities, places for religious worship, governmental facilities, schools, museums, parks, etc. This is a map highlighting the institutional zone in Crestview Hills. Notice it abuts the Business Park 2, Business Park 1 zones, which do permit window signs. The majority of this institutional zone is occupied by Thomas More University. However, there are several other commercial, larger scale developments nearby. Here's an aerial image of the same site. And here is the proposed text to allow window signs. This mirrors pretty much verbatim exactly what it states currently for the Business Park 1 and Business Park 2 zones. That the maximum number allowed is based on area limit only. The maximum area can be 25% of the window area on that building wall, and that the total area of all wall signs cannot exceed 2 per lineal foot of building width on the side of the building which the sign is located. In 2025, the City of Crestview Hills adopted a new zoning ordinance, culmination of several years of hard work and tailoring the new zoning ordinance to meet the city's goals. We do find that this proposed text amendment is in compliance with the comprehensive plan. However, compliance is not required for text amendments. We do find that this would allow for greater flexibility for establishments in the institutional zone. KRS 100 states the allowable content that cities may enact. And we are providing a favorable recommendation for this. We find that it's appropriate and reasonable, promotes continuity of sign regulation in this area with different zone classifications but similar uses. Allowing window signs within the institutional district is consistent with what is permitted in other non-residential districts, and several adjacent jurisdictions do allow window signs. I'm happy to answer any questions on that.
Yeah, it looks like it's the exact same language that's in the BP.
Yeah.
There's no changes to it?
No,
Okay.
not at all.
Great, thank you. All right, any questions? Yes.
Is this in response to a specific project or just as a general amendment?
I'm happy to defer that to Mr. Mattingly, but I believe this was requested by the university.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I had signed up to speak both in favor, Alex Mattingly and Mayor Paul Meyer. You all would like to kick us off here?
Hello again, Alex Mattingly, City Administrator, Crestview Hills. To answer that question, this is a kind of two-pronged. I think this was an omission during, and I think you've dealt with these before with the new Z21 zoning ordinances sometimes, even though you've worked on it really hard, sometimes you forget a few things. And Thomas Moore has mentioned some updated signage. I don't know how or when that's going to happen, but what it did bring to the forefront is that we need to be consistent in the office park, which they are also adjacent to or within, and make sure that window signs are allowed and regulated.
Thank you.
Any questions? All right,
All right,
thanks.
thank you.
All right, Mayor, anything to add? Nope. All right, let's see. Let us recess the public hearing for discussion among commissioners. Very straightforward, I think. We'll return to the public hearing. Any clarifications needed? If not, we're closing the public hearing, and I will entertain a motion.
All right, I would like to make the following motion with reference to file number PC 260005TX. I move to approve the text amendment based on the facts and the considerations contained in the staff report and based on this testimony of staff and witnesses present at the public hearing, and further finding that the proposed text amendments are within reasonable regulations.
All right, we have a first by Commissioner Baumgartner. Was there a second by Commissioner Snyder? Any discussion? Mr. Smith, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Baumgartner.
Yes.
Commissioner Snyder.
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn.
Yes.
Commissioner Wickman.
Yes.
Commissioner Flem.
Yes.
Commissioner Burling.
Yes.
Commissioner Bridges.
Yes.
Commissioner Darkle.
Yes.
Commissioner DeAngelis.
Yes.
Commissioner Dickey.
Yes.
Commissioner Dunham.
Yes.
Commissioner France.
Yes.
Commissioner Heydrich.
Yes.
Commissioner Simpson.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you all. All right, next item is file number PC-26-0006-MA, Independence Map Amendment. The applicant is Brandy Corp. on behalf of Angela Smock and John P. Hanrahan. The location is an area of approximately 40 acres located on the west side of Oliver Road and the east side of Kentucky 17 with Centennial Boulevard to the southwest and McCollum Pike to the north, approximately 1 mile south of McCollum Pike in Independence. The request is a proposed map amendment, concept development plan to the Independence zoning ordinance, changing the described property from R-RE residential rural estate zone to CC community commercial and PUD planned unit development zones. Summary is that the applicant proposes rezoning 16.97 acres to CC community commercial for 10 new auto-oriented suburban businesses and 23.1 acres to PUD for 14 three-story apartment buildings, including 336 multifamily apartments, dwelling units, with a density of 15.46 dwelling units per net acre. The development also includes proposed public streets with access onto Kentucky 17, off-street parking spaces, and amenity spaces. Mr. Sheets?
Yep.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Cody Sheets, Principal Planner with PDS staff.
I think we have one.
I will recuse myself from this potential conflict.
Okay. All right, sorry to interrupt.
Yep, no worries. Yeah, so as stated, my name is Cody Sheets, Principal Planner with PDS staff. As the chair stated, this is a map amendment and concept development plan changing the described property from RRE to CC and the PUD zones. The site is located within the suburban sub-area of the 2024 Kenton County Comprehensive Plan. It's an area of approximately 40 acres located on the west side of Oliver Road and east side of Kentucky 17, with Centennial Boulevard to the southwest and McCollum Pike to the north. It's approximately 1 mile south of McCollum Pike in Independence. Here we have a photo which was taken last month. This is looking southwest down KY 17 from the existing access point. A photo from the same time period looking northeast from the existing access point. And here we have a photo looking northwest across the KY 17 from the existing access point at the other access point. And here's an image looking onto the site. This is looking southeast from that access point. So in 2007, the Independent Small Area Study was adopted, which included the subject property. Additional details will follow later in the presentation. In 2023, there was a proposed map amendment for an area of 20 acres to the southwest, changing the described area from NC in RRE to CC for commercial development, including a grocery store, retail space, restaurant with drive-through, an extension of Centennial Boulevard with a stub to the subject property, and access off Harris Pike. PDS staff and KCPC recommended favorably, and the city approved the map amendment. In 2025, there was a proposed map amendment for an area of 28 acres to the northeast, changing the described area from RRE to PUD, which included 178 total dwelling units with a mixture of two-family and multifamily units at a density of 7.2 dwelling units per net acre. PDS staff gave an unfavorable recommendation, and KCPC did as well, based on generally being not consistent with the Kenton County Comprehensive Plan. The property zoned RRE, or residential rural estate, and the surrounding area includes more RRE to the northeast and south, CC or community commercial to the southwest, and PUD, RCVS, and institutional to the west. The existing land use shows a mixture of agriculture, open space, and water. The surrounding area is a mixture of single-family residential, agricultural, and open space and commercial uses. The intent of the residential rural estate zone is to permit rural development while protecting agricultural viability and sensitive natural features. It does have a minimum lot size of 1 acre and a maximum density of 1 dwelling unit per net acre. The intent of the community commercial zone is to provide locations for supermarkets, general merchandise retailers, and offices. It may also include large footprint retail uses as well as smaller outlets or strip centers. This zone should be located along transportation thoroughfares that can accommodate increased traffic demands. The purpose of the PUD zone is to provide flexibility with a range of uses, incorporate open space and development patterns in accordance with natural features, create communities of unique character and lasting values, but not to subvert the requirements of conventional zoning. The intent is to implement elements of the comprehensive plan to promote clustering of dwellings, to preserve open space, provide an environment and layout that contributes a sense of community, encourages preservation of natural features, and provides an efficient arrangement of land uses, buildings, circulation systems, and infrastructure. Development standards within a PUD are approved per the plan, and that can include height, yard setbacks, fences, wall signs, parking standards, landscaping, etc. At least 30% of the PUD zone must be open space that is readily accessible, available to, and usable by all residents. The submitted site plan indicates the following. In red, we have the property boundaries outlined. In orange, we see 17 acres to be rezoned as to CC, which does include 10 new commercial outlots. That does include 4.5 acres of right-of-way along KY 17. and 23 acres to be rezoned PUD, including 14 three-story apartments with 336 multifamily dwelling units at a density of 15.46 dwelling units per net acre. The submitted site plan shows the following for the CC zone, including a 2,600 square foot oil change to the south, a 5,200 square foot car wash further up, 5 drive-through restaurants, including one 2,200 square foot drive-through restaurant and 4 2,500 square foot restaurants with drive-throughs, a 6,300 square foot convenience store with a gas canopy, 2,900 square foot bank, and a 3,700 square foot sit-down restaurant, which is highlighted in red there. The following required number and provided number of parking spaces are shown in this table. For the various uses, we list the minimum required parking spots as well as the provided parking spaces, and all of the provided spaces are in excess of the required number of spaces. The independent zoning ordinance also lists a minimum required stacking spaces per lane as well as a maximum number of lanes. And the applicant has provided a number of stacking spaces total as well as a provided number of lanes for the different commercial uses in the CC zone. With regards to the PUD, they are proposing 14 three-story garden-style apartment buildings, which do include 336 new multifamily residential uses. That will include 84 one-bedroom units, 240 two-bedroom units, and 12 three-bedroom units. The following dimensional standards for the PUD were provided. Regarding parking for the PUD, the proposed development is required to have 480 off-street parking spaces, and they are showing a total of 669 off-street parking spaces, which does include 616 surface spots, 42 garage spots, and 11 amenity parking spaces. There will also be 9 feet by 18 feet parking stalls, 24-foot drive aisles, and as part of the PUD plan, they are showing landscape islands or peninsulas to be provided for every 25 continuous parking spaces, where the independent zoning ordinance typically requires a parking lot or island for every 10 continuous parking spaces. The PUD is showing 11.78 acres of open space, or 51% of the total site, and they are offering a wide variety of amenities, including a public park, which will have fire pits and pavilions, private overlooks and grills and kitchens, seating areas, garden areas, fire pits, overlook areas, pet-friendly amenities, clubhouse and leasing center, as well as a resort-style pool and fitness facility. In between the different apartment buildings, they are showing numerous walking paths along with lighting, landscaped area, as well as additional seating facilities. And here we have the PUD plan. All of the area which is showed in the cross-hatching is identified as open space. That is part of that 51% open space. But there are a few areas that I want to highlight. In the southwest corner there, in purple, you do see a future public park. In red, you see the clubhouse, pool, and other amenities. And the yellow circles highlight the different private overlooks. There will also be a 10-foot landscape buffer along Centennial Boulevard and a 15-foot perimeter landscape buffer along the rest of the PUD that's not along Centennial Boulevard. The applicant has submitted renderings of the clubhouse, apartment buildings, and deck railing. And they did state that there will be a unified stone aesthetic across both the commercial and residential components of both areas. The submitted site plan shows the following regarding access points. They are proposing a new fully signalized access point of the location of the existing curb cut to KY17. And there will be an extension from the existing stub of Centennial Boulevard. In regards to both the new road as well as Centennial Boulevard, there will be sidewalks on both sides. No parking on either side. Access to the commercial buildings will be off of Centennial Boulevard as opposed to KY 17. And the applicant is not showing any proposed sidewalks along KY 17, only along the proposed road as well as Centennial Boulevard. So staff did conduct a full review of the 2024 Kenton County Comprehensive Plan, and we do find the following areas of consistency. We do find that the proposed mixture of commercial and residential will continue the economic development that has occurred to the southwest while allowing new residents the ability to drive, bike, or walk to everyday services. The proposed housing targets a gap in 1 and 2 bedroom market rate rentals and will promote different housing options in close proximity to employment centers as well as existing retail. The proposed public park will create open space that is well connected and accessible, while the other amenities will serve as a gathering place for residents as well as visitors. The proposed development will utilize access management practices and congestion mitigation measures for areas with increasing traffic volumes, including secondary access roadways and limiting of conflict points. The proposed development plan will provide a type of housing that is considered income aligned. The proposed price points indicate that this development will provide a housing type that has been identified as being in deficit. Here we see the NKADD housing study chart that we've seen previously. It indicates where there are deficits and surpluses in housing types. According to information provided by the applicant, the areas within the yellow outline indicate approximately where this proposed development generally falls within the chart. Although a portion of the proposed development falls in an area that is oversupplied, that being the 3 bedrooms, which they've said will be $1,800 a month. 96% of the proposed housing units will fall within areas which a deficit has been identified. Staff does find an area of inconsistency with the comprehensive plan. As previously mentioned, the proposed development is not showing any sidewalks along KY 17. There is an existing sidewalk connection along the east side of 17, which could be connected to. The submitted concept development plan also does not show any bicycle parking, which is required in the independent zoning ordinance for multifamily and commercial development, and will enhance connectivity within and between the proposed uses. The proposed development is partially consistent with the recommended land use plan. Will provide a housing development at a density of 15.46 dwelling units per net acre, where the recommended land use for the majority of the site is 7.1 to 14.0. The eastern portion, which is roughly 7 acres, has a density of 2.1 to 4.0. The recommended land use map does call for mixed use along the western side. That area is roughly 7 acres. Returning to the independent small area study, the independent small area study identifies the western part of the property as mixed use and the central part as high density residential and the eastern part as conservation development. Within that independent small area study, the high-density residential should serve as a transitional area between commercial and single-family residential growth and should be respectful of critical resource areas and should foster good connectivity within and outside of the neighborhood. High-density residential is described within the study as having a density range of 7.1 to 30 dwelling units per net acre, placing the proposed 15.46 dwelling units per net acre squarely within that range. And the subject area is also referenced within and adjacent to an area identified as the South Gateway study, which is identified within the small area study as a mixed use area. It states that mixed use and high density residential should be adjacent to existing single family residential for better land use transition. KY 17 is classified as an arterial street. Oliver Road and Centennial Boulevard are classified as local streets. No access is proposed off of Oliver Road. There are currently no sidewalks along the property, but there is an existing sidewalk along the eastern side of KY 17 just to the south. And there are no bus routes within the area, unfortunately. There is an existing access point, as we saw in the pictures earlier, off of KY 17. The site does contain limited areas of DSA along the eastern boundary and some blue line streams scattered throughout. There is an existing 1.8 acre pond. The majority of the area that is identified as DSA, though, will be preserved as open space. KRS 100 states that a map amendment must be in agreement with the comprehensive plan, or that the existing zoning classification is inappropriate, or that there have been major changes that were not anticipated in the adopted plan. We are providing a favorable recommendation. We do find that the proposed map amendment is generally in agreement with the comprehensive plan. While the proposed development is above the recommended density, it is in the recommended land use, it is close to the top end, that being at 15.5, where the top end is 14.0. But within the independent small area study, the proposed development does fall squarely within the middle of that, with that being 7.1 to 30. Much of the area that is identified as low-density residential is located on the eastern edge of the property, and that area is being preserved as open space as well. The development does serve as a transitional area from the higher intensity uses further south and west, including the proposed and existing commercial uses, to the existing low-density single-family further to the east. There is a significant amount of open space that is being proposed, as previously stated, that is 51%, which does help provide a buffer between the proposed and existing uses. The proposed map amendment will also provide income-aligned houses in areas that have been identified as being in deficit. The submitted concept development plan meets the minimum requirements of the independent zoning ordinance, except for the following areas. Within the concept development plan, within the independent zoning ordinance, dumpsters, trash, and recycling areas shall be located in the side or rear yard. Currently, the dumpsters are shown along Centennial Boulevard. Those will need to be relocated to the side or rear yard of the proposed commercial buildings. Bicycle parking is also required for multifamily and commercial uses at a rate of 5% of automobile parking requirements. And no drive-through lane must pass in front of the front facade of the primary building. Since the buildings are oriented towards Centennial Boulevard, the drive-throughs, which are currently shown wrapping around the building in front of Centennial Boulevard, will need to be repositioned to the rear of the buildings. And if approved, additional information needed for future permitting will include use-specific standards, landscaping, including fences and walls, lighting, stream and water quality buffers, as well as signage. And if approved, the submitted development must meet the subdivision regulations, which includes the sidewalks along KY-17 unless a waiver sought, land disturbance permits, as well as a traffic impact study. The applicant has submitted a traffic study memorandum of understanding identifying that need, and they do plan on finalizing a traffic impact study. And I'd be more than happy to take any questions.
All right. Questions for Mr. Sheets?
So recently, PDS and KCPC had a unfavorable recommendation for the adjacent property for the Fisher development, which was, you mentioned 7.2 dwelling units per net acre. This being the immediate adjoining property, your recommendation for approval at over 15 dwelling units per net acre. So I'm kind of wondering if you could explain a little bit of what that abrupt line, maybe that small area study, maybe it ended with this property, and that there could be such especially if it was up to 30.1 or something, that would be a drastic change in density. So how do we justify that the adjoining property was recommended at 4, it was denied at 7, and this one's again existing at those 4s, and we're recommending approval at 15?
Certainly. There are a variety of reasons, namely the recommended land use as well as the independent small area study, both of which identify as this is an area of proposed higher density, whereas the property to the north was squarely within that recommended low density. This development also shows income-aligned housing, whereas the previous one did not, and they are providing a significant amount of open space and amenities which are part of the PUD.
Mr. Burley?
Cody, you indicate 51% overall open area. Is that over the entire site, taking into account the entire site?
It's only the area within the PUD.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Vaughn?
With regard to the table that's inserted on page 11, what date is that housing information from? Is that still 2023?
I believe it is 2023.
Do we have any updated documentation of new dwelling units in those areas? Because I know we've had a lot of projects countywide come
Yep.
through. Of how many have actually come online or proposed to come online?
We may hear a little bit about that later,
Okay.
but these are the numbers we have to go off of.
Commissioner Bridges?
What is on the commercial, what is the front of the building, on Centennial or 17?
The buildings will be oriented towards Centennial.
So all the drive-through stuff in the rear will be facing 17?
Correct.
Commissioner Flynn?
I had another
I'm sorry,
question.
Commissioner Bridges?
So on the traffic light and the curb cut on 17, will that be right or left or right only? What will that be?
The applicant may be able to speak a little bit further to that. It's my understanding it is a fully signalized intersection, though.
So right and left?
Got the signal. Commissioner Flynn?
Yeah, so I'm looking at the recommended land use plan.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's slide 56. So this entire area, the recommended land use is residential. Is that correct?
The area to the far west is mixed use.
Okay.
The area with the purple cross hatching.
Got it. Okay. So the frontage along 17 looks like it's recommended for residential and not for commercial. Am I reading that correctly?
You are correct. Looking at the recommended land use within the area that's identified, the majority is residential. But within that area, there are 7 acres which are identified as mixed use. Those lines, I would say, don't necessarily need to be hard lines. So they've chosen to spread out the commercial use some.
Any other questions? Yeah, Commissioner
Just
Brown?
one more clarification. So there's only one new curb cut, is that right, Cody, coming at that new road? There's
Off
no
of
other
Kennedy
curb,
Cemetery.
okay, there's no other curb cuts. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just if you don't mind reminding us, in terms of the CC zone, concept development plan, what's the level of, how binding is the specific uses proposed on a concept development plan, and if that wants to change, what's the procedure?
Yeah, so they are fairly binding, but the city could determine if it's a major or minor change, if a change is proposed. I think a big part of that would depend on, if a change is proposed, is it something that'll be more intense than what was previously shown? But they've shown what's going to be there, so if they do change, it could require an amended concept development plan, certainly.
Commissioner Snyder?
Just to clarify, that little dog leg piece that goes to Oliver, they're not taking anything out onto Oliver, right? It's all on
No, nothing along Oliver. That's all going to be open space.
All right.
Good question. Anyone else?
Just real quickly, so again, looking at the recommended land use plan, so all of that property to the north of Kentucky 17, that's recommended to continue to be recreational, the green on your map?
Across the way there?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
It's an existing, most of it's an existing cemetery,
Okay.
but right across the way is identified as recreational.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? All right, thank you, Mr. Sheets. Okay, I have signed up in favor of the application Devin Ulrich, Kate Brandy, Robbie Croswell, Michael Brandy, Brock McKay, Michael Doty, Tanya Zingerling, and Ken Holliday. I have signed up against Kelly Jett, and then I have signed up neutral Paul Brandner. the way, as far as the order it'll go, it'll be the applicant, those in favor, those opposed, and then we would call on Kelly Jett, and then neutral, we would call on Mr. Brandner. So, would you like to start us off?
Yeah, my name's Kate Brandy, and I'm representing Brandy Corp in this development for the Smock and Hanran property. Mr. Sheets did a great job already of going through the development, but I did want to share a couple other elements and just a little bit more detail and some photos as well, just to like add a little bit more color into our goal for this development. Just first, I wanted to introduce, I've never spoken in front of you all, and I don't know how much you know about Brandy Corp, but Brandy Corp has been around locally for 40 years. Our bread and butter is retail. We started out in operating restaurants, single tenant Burger King, Subways, Arby's, things like that. So we have a deep understanding of restaurants and retail. We also have strip centers, and we have now expanded to mixed-use developments, hotels, and medical office buildings. So what we're looking at and presenting today is really something that we value as our core business and have a lot of understanding. So we're really excited. We were very excited about this site in the community of Independence. So we already went through the overall site plan, but I did just want to note that the curb cut that we're proposing to be a full traffic light is actually the existing curb cut that is there today. When we met with KYTC, that was what was recommended, and so we actually shifted it to align with what is actually there. We're just trying to create a traffic light to accommodate all of the traffic that we will be generating there. And then I also just wanted to note that the green is where the Publix is, so you can really see the direct connection from even to Harris Pike that we would then connect onto Centennial. You can really see that yellow 40 acres is creating that true transition from hyper commercial to the mixed front commercial, and then the residential as a buffer for our residential that is existing today, all the way up to more residential in the future in the red, which was the previous Turby property there. And as I said, it's truly that transitional. That's kind of the key word that we're using. This is just a rendering of what it could look like. Now, I just want to note that those 14 buildings that we're proposing for the residents, they're actually going to be about 44 feet tall, and they're actually going to be sitting almost a story below the main Centennial. And one of the reasons why we're doing that is we want to make it not so monumental, right? We're not trying to create these monolithic buildings that are going to be towering over these single-family homes. We're really trying to create working through the fabric of the actual Independence itself, and then creating a buffer also from our hyper commercial that we're going to be recommending with restaurants that they could hopefully cross the street and walk to, along with other businesses that we could probably have there. So in terms of what we found, we really wanted to take a deep dive on understanding what type of housing is needed based on that recommendation that we mentioned, that Mr. Sheets recommended. But there's really a need that we're seeing, specifically in Independence. I know that those stats, and I'll get into this a little bit, is for Kenton County, but looking specifically at our site, specifically at Independence, the vacancy rate is very low. It's 2%. That's pretty surprising. That means that people are having probably a hard time. If they do want a for rent product in Independence, it's going to be probably, you're going to have to fight for it tooth and nail. So one thing that that we've all kind of noticed here as well in the OKI dashboard that was provided is that the people that are renting in Independence, they're also renting for in that same location for over 5 years. A typical renter in their apartment, they're going to go there for 1-2 years usually. So it's quite unusual to see a stat where they're staying 5, 12 years. So it's also telling us that there's a gap there, specifically Independence, for a 1-2 bedroom unit product that people can move into if they don't want to have a three bedroom home to take care of. Or maybe they're just starting out and wanting something that's more manageable before they move on to a bigger home in Independence, hopefully, because they've built that community. So I just wanted to reiterate the comprehensive plan and then the layering in of the small area study. The comprehensive plan, as you can see, is recommending most of the Hanaran property to be 7:14 ratio per acre for residential. And then, of course, we do have the small property as well. That's all mixed. So we're just kind of spreading that across 17 to create the more hyper commercial. It's going to be most visible. People are going to be able to see what options we have. And then in back is going to be, a little bit more quieter. It'll have a nice little community that you're wanting to create. So that's why we're shifting that residence all the way to the back. But Independence is lucky that they have this small area study, because just having the 14 ratio, we are above that. I acknowledge that. But the small area study was very thoughtful in what they thought about this specific property. We're not talking about all of Independence. We're just talking about this specific property. Was looking at something that could be multifamily. They literally called out multifamily, and they even thought that it could go up to a density of 30. So we're still trying to be very conservative by going 15 for that recommendation. So you can see there's a very strong line of like a dark brown to then yellow. That's basically where we are, and why the Turpie property has such a different recommendation than what we're seeing today on this property. And then I just wanted to note for record some of the other types of for rent product that I had mentioned prior. Some are similar, some have different layouts than others, but it's just for the record. And again, this is just all record of the small area study, just recommending that there could be a wonderful mix or transition from commercial to a multifamily residential, creating more walkability and connection. So we're really trying to be that connection. And again, something to note is that, the average home price for Independence is around $400,000. That's pretty large. The average income is $75,000. So for homes that are 3 bedrooms, and then the average home is only 2.5 people in them, people are thinking, okay, do I really need 3-4 bedrooms, giant house that's really expensive? It might be nice to have other options, but not have to leave my community. And again, I know we did have this in the initial application, but we did explain it a little bit from the type of amount of income that they are going to be focusing on for housing. So I just wanted to show that for the target or the gap, and this is from 2023, but projecting for 2028 for when we would have these product online, we were looking at 1,400 to 1,800 from 1 to 3 bedrooms. And if you were to look at that across the board, that's around 4,000 units, but we're really only recommending here 336. And I know there's probably been a lot of other multifamily proposed, but not Independence. So all those sort of gaps that have been presented for Kenton County, I'm sure have been proposed for probably other cities, but I just wanted to point that out as it's only 336 and it's for Independence. So it's a kind of a unique situation here, but definitely going to fill a very specific gap. And we were thinking maybe it's someone that is young and old. So we don't want the same person living in this community. We want a mix, an interesting conversation piece for people to gather and meet new people. And what better way to meet new people with a higher density community? You're going to have more chances to bump into people, say hello. And the idea would be that it would be a mix of young and old, just like the small area study had envisioned. So just to look a little bit further in how we're looking at the PUD. Obviously, the PUD needs to have a consistent design. So we wanted to look at inspiration from Independence itself, how the look and the feel, and maybe we could pull that into the design of the master plan. And so we were looking at, for example, throughout the development, we're going to be looking at consistent signage and materials and fencing and landscaping. And even though the PUD is only in the back, we plan to do that for the commercial as well. So it'll look like a whole complete development, even though it's actually going to be zoned in 2 different ways, but we will treat it all as one because we are going to be the master developer on that. So to look at this more colored rendering that Viox prepared for us, you can see that the connection to Centennial is going through the Publix, and you'll be able to be met from, we'll just look at the existing traffic light. If you were to drive up there, you would see that you're kind of met with a split of, you'll see a little bit of residential and a little bit of commercial here. And the idea would be having double sidewalks. So on either side, you could be walking along, choosing what restaurant you would like, or maybe you are at the residence and you're walking along. Maybe you have your dog. It's very pet friendly, what we're going to recommend. So there's going to be a lot of good laps for the pets to be taking, and tree-lined streets. So as you enter the Centennial Boulevard from the existing traffic light, instead of going to the Publix and you're maybe going home, there is going to be that public park element that we had mentioned before. And I just wanted to call that out as something that we would hope to have a collaborative design process with the City of Independence. Maybe that's a pavilion, fire pit, something that will be super welcoming for the public to come to, maybe before or after their meal, or to play after they go grocery shopping. But we strategically put it there as a lovely buffer from the hyper commercial to then our residential, in addition to the homes that are going to be directly south of that. So that's creating a nice buffer and also welcoming to our section of the development. And then just to reiterate that the open space is 51% for the PUD specifically, because that's what matters here. And again, we're going to have consistent signage, materiality throughout the development. This was kind of already spoken about. And again, I just wanted to blow up this rendering here. So you can see where it's a view from the interior of the collective 14 multifamily units. Think of this as the backyard for all of these residents. It's that community aspect where you're going to be able to see if your best friend from across the way is hanging out, you can go walk down there, you can have your walk around there. It's creating more green space to look at versus just a sea of parking. So the people that are interiors will have a good view, and then from the exterior of those buildings surrounding, you're also going to have good views because it abuts a lot of forest and existing trees. So we were really thoughtful in trying to create a good experience for the residents there with strategic landscaping and buffering as well. So again, this is just to show the designs for the PUD and how we're greenifying this with a lot of the landscaping, and also just note that we'll have a lot of the same materiality to match as noted here. And this is just to show you the scale of the 44 feet. Again, we can go up to 45, but we're keeping it to 44 feet. And again, it'll be sitting down a little bit, so it won't be as imposing when you drive up to it. It won't feel as large. And we will be doing a traffic study that's already underway to propose that full traffic study, or full traffic light, which I think will be needed for such a development as this. I think that's all I wanted to say, other than we're really excited about this and we're trying to put a lot of thought to it. This is all just for, recap, but thank you so much, and hopefully this could become a nice transition. So, thank you.
Thank you. Questions from Ms. Brandy?
Yes.
Ms. Klein?
Yeah, so a lot to like here. And I heard several times you talk about the sense of community, walkability, and all those things.
Yeah.
Help me connect the dots to the choice to design the commercial area. 9 out of the 10 are designed with drive-throughs, which seems to invite a lot of auto traffic, not pedestrian traffic, and not people walking dogs.
Yeah.
And not people stopping and lingering.
Yes.
So help me understand, help me connect the dots there.
No, I love that question, actually. So when we think about this large development, we're thinking about the residents that live there, but we're also thinking about all of Independence. So the people that are going to be living all around and want to come here. So there's going to be a lot of reasons why you want to come here. You might want to come and sit to eat, or you might be on your way to work and you just need to grab a coffee. So we're trying to think about the morning, afternoon and evening, and how your life circulates. Sometimes you have a little time, sometimes you have a lot of time. We hope that you meander a little bit, but you may not be able to do that always. And it's a pretty car-heavy community, I will be honest. And so I think it was really important to accommodate that as well. Also, just to be more welcoming to the community as well for convenience. No, great question. Thank you.
Commissioner Simpson.
By adding the commercial space to the residential development, did that help you with keeping the residential units income aligned?
Do you mean what commercial part do you mean?
The commercial spaces that are with the development, by adding those?
Oh, you mean the economics of it?
Correct.
Or yeah, I think it's really, well, I think it was twofold. To do all apartments, I think you could probably do different math for different ways, but we are very retail heavy company, and so we really understand what is a good site, what will probably be very attractive to really long-standing tenants. Being along 17, visibility at a traffic light will attract really strong tenants, we believe, to the Independence and to this site. So yeah, those parcels become more valuable by creating that strip of commercial. So yeah, I think that is definitely something that helped us create a balance when we were looking at how we can do the pricing for the apartments.
You might have mentioned it. Is the traffic light an approved deal already?
No, we are proposing it, and we have met with KYTC about it, but we still have to go through a full traffic study.
Okay. Based on other projects you've done, is that traffic light consistent with the size and scope of your project?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner France?
So maybe if you could explain a little bit that connectivity between the residential and the commercial. You mentioned that the residential was, I don't know, half a story or maybe a full story below Centennial Boulevard. But so maybe need to know how much below. And then the parking gets pretty close to Centennial. So was that a grade slope? Is that a retaining wall? And that steps or ramps required for residents that want to go to the restaurants to get to them from that lower elevation?
So in terms of getting to the access points, everything will be ADA. Even to the first floors will be ADA as well, so that will accommodate people that want to live there as well. But this site is a very hilly, very topo challenged site, but we have been able to create a grade that will be on par with any sort of ADA or necessary sloping. So once you get, it'll be it's a very large site and back, so that's going to be displaced over the whole 20 acres. So
I
don't know
guess
if
I'm
our
not seeing
engineer wants to talk a
any
little bit
little
about-
slots where the residents can walk from, to get across the street. That's a, or to kind of go all, that's a long street. Maybe the graphics just isn't showing them with all the landscape divide between the parking lot and Centennial Boulevard.
Yeah,
Yeah, I had the same question. How are the people supposed to get across the
How do they
street?
get
I don't see any
across without walking
crosswalks.
all the way down to the one end or the other. It's a long walk if you just.
well, I think with any street, you would want to have strategic sidewalks, and you don't want, hopefully we can encourage people not to jaywalk too much. So there'll probably be a strong crosswalk on that new road, and then Centennial as well.
Sorry,
The
I'm gonna.
sidewalk is on both sides of Centennial.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes. So are you wondering, like, are people going to cross the
So
street?
how do they get to the, yeah,
I'll get to the restaurant.
yeah. Okay.
They might cross the street. I could see them crossing the street. Hopefully, they walk on a crosswalk, but they.
So you'll just need to identify where those are gonna be, maybe in future as the development.
Okay, that's a really good call out. I think we'll just
To
call
know
out.
how are you getting residents to communicate to the adjacent commercial spaces that are walking?
Right. So I think also our engineer can talk a little bit more about that, because I don't think that was represented, to your point, on this rendering, this conceptual rendering. There'll definitely be crosswalks, and because the sidewalks are on either side, that will help from once you get to that crosswalk, you'll be able to walk down and get to the restaurants. Yeah, if Brock wants to take some of those questions.
Any question? Yeah, Commissioner Snyder.
I got a question. What is the thought process behind not having sidewalks on 17? If this is all walkable community, you're walking your dogs, everybody's walking everywhere.
Yeah.
And to not have it on 17, which,
Yeah, I think we might actually do that.
I mean, it would be making it around. I feel like it would need sidewalks on 17.
Yes, ma'am. Let me introduce myself. I'm Brock McKay. I'm Director of Landscape Architecture and Planning for BIOX and BIOX. All good questions. I actually had a list of things I was going to speak and kind of talk about some of these things that really came up in the staff report. To kind of start to get at that, the bike racks, all good. That's a detail thing that's on a large scale plan like this, hard to show. We will definitely include all the bike racks. We also want to include all the sidewalks. So we don't have an issue with the sidewalks. We want it to be walkable. The proximity to kind of the town center is important to this project. So sidewalks on both sides of Centennial, sidewalk connectivity along 17, that is fine, and we're good for doing that. And I do think that there needs to be crosswalks on Centennial. There obviously will be crosswalks at the intersection. Mid-block crosswalks are sometimes debatable because of safety, but we've got a pretty straight road, and there's safe ways to do that with yield to pedestrian indicators, flashing lights. I think we could take a look at that with planning staff and the city. So to kind of address the sidewalk thing, we want to do all the sidewalks in the crosswalks to make that walkable. The other thing I wanted to address was basically for the design team, we kind of had a question back for staff and wanted this to be discussed tonight. We weren't sure what would be considered the front of the commercial. In a lot of jurisdictions, I would say that the front would be considered 17, and that Centennial would be kind of considered the back access road. I've also seen it considered as being two fronts, but if we have two fronts, then we would need relief on where we could do the drive-through and where we could do the dumpster. I will say historically on a lot of developments that we do, we would more often probably see 17 considered the front, at least in regards to the dumpster, so that even though the dumpster enclosures are usually enclosed in matching architectural materials, you might not want dumpster down 17. And it also makes it where the garbage truck functionally doesn't have to go all the way into the site. So a lot of times when they can come off of Centennial, and it's on that side of the building, they can kind of go from lot to lot to lot, and kind of not have to go all the way around or deeper into the lot. And when it gets into engineering of pavement and pavement depth, you even get into issues that way. So I just when it comes to both the dumpsters and where we can do the drive-throughs, I'd like to kind of pitch that back to y'all for this discussion. We'll do whatever you want. We just weren't sure at the time what would be considered the front. And as it relates to last thing, as it relates to the concept plan and the drive, like, you know, this is a concept plan. It's a detailed concept plan, and we try to make our concept plans as intense as possible, knowing that when we're doing our traffic study, we're being conservative, and when we're basically speculating for the potential development, we're getting the things in there that we need, knowing that if we're less intense, we're okay, but we can't come back with more. So we try to kind of bake in that flexibility and that intensity in the concept plan. I'll answer any other questions you guys have.
Any other questions for Mr. McKay?
Yes, I think Commissioner Snyder was asking about sidewalks on 17 and all the sidewalks you mentioned. I don't think you actually addressed 17.
Yeah, we'll build the ones on 17.
Commissioner Bridges?
So it's kind of up in the air what's going to be the front of the building, 17 or Centennial?
Yes, sir.
Driving that every day, I would not, and I don't think it would be a good advertisement for the city for people to just see a row of dumpsters and a bunch of cars stacked up in drive-throughs as they drive through there. And plus, wouldn't the businesses, you typically only have a sign on your front, when they want to be advertising out on 7? I mean, I don't, that doesn't look appealing to me to come into a place where I see the dumpster and the traffic lines and I don't see the nice facade and the advertisement.
I agree with you.
I think it would look like frankly, it'd look like a blight to just have a row of dumpsters and stuff along there.
I agree with you, and I don't know what language we would need to do, but I'd almost like to flip what is considered the front, if that's possible. I'm not sure the best way to.
Everything else along there is oriented to 17 wherever they can, and that's going to be their visibility, not their dumpsters.
Yes, sir.
We'll call the staff back up and we'll talk about that. Any other questions?
I have a question for the young lady that sat down.
Ms. Brandy.
On your, on the commercial, you've been pretty specific about what's going in there. Are those pre-sold already, or do you have somebody going in there?
No, we've been specific in order to try to accommodate as many potential tenants there, just to show that there's going to be a variety, but there have been no prior sold or leased at this time.
Is it going to be build to suit if you get 5 banks? Are you going to do 5 banks, or?
No, usually we'll probably have to have restrictions. A lot of times our tenants would want a restriction anyways, so, but what's important to us is creating a good community. So that means it's gonna have a good mix of restaurants. We're not gonna just have a ton of coffee shops, you know, that would be really funny, or a ton of banks, to your point. So yeah, we'll definitely have a mix.
Well, I would, as a resident out there and passing by and frequenting those areas, when they built the Kroger Supercenter, we got grocery store, we've got fast food, we've got oil change, we've got car washes and all. Then they opened the Aldi Strip Center and duplicated everything that was in the Kroger, another grocery store, another pizza place, another auto parts store. And it sounds like you all are just going to just continue. We'll have another oil change like the one across the street, another bank like the 2 over in the Kroger thing, just a convenience store like the one across the street at the UDF. A couple of years ago, when we kept talking about doing stuff down in Fort Wright, putting another storage area, storage place across the street from the other storage place, a car wash across the street from the other car wash. I just made an observation. It just seems like Northern Kentucky has a failure of imagination. And so I would just encourage you, if you're excited about this,
Yeah.
give us something out there that is different, that would add to the community, rather than the 8th pizza place and the 6th coffee shop and the, 8th fast food place and the 3rd oil change place. Can we do something else that would be nice for the community, something different, diversify out there, please?
Yeah, we'll do our very best. What we have going for us is that we do have the proposed residential there, so a little bit more walkability, the park, and the public. So that's creating a little bit of like a mini city within greater Independence. So it'll have a slightly different feel, which could likely attract slightly different tenants. And I think you always have to look at what the market is demanding, and what tenants are wanting to be there, but we will absolutely try and make the best mix possible.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Real quickly.
Yeah,
Ms. Brandy, given the demographic, in your target demographic for the housing, are you concerned about the lack of bus routes along 17? And have you initiated any discussions with Tank at this point, or is that in the future that you might have some discussions? It seems like that would be a pretty important element for access to that development.
We haven't initiated yet, but that is definitely something that we plan to do. And I think that a lot of the residents that we are planning will actually have a car, and we're likely potentially have 2 cars. So there's going to be a range of people, people that may have a range of income. So no, that's definitely something that we're planning to look at. Thank you.
Is Brandy Corp proposed to be the owner or partner in the apartment development, or just the developer of the site?
We will be developer and owner. We like to partner with people as well that have expertise in all of these things. So we will have partner ownership in everything. Of course, if we do end up selling an outlot or something like that, I can see people wanting to own things as well. So that could be okay as well. But yeah, we'll be a large part of it.
And is there kind of a proposed phasing as far as between the development of the commercial versus the apartment? Is it all site being developed?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the master grading, we would want to do it all at once, because I think the front will help the back and vice versa. So we'll really look at that as like a master development, and then the apartments will come next, and then the commercial will follow.
Okay. All right, great. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, let's see. I'll just go down the remainder of the 4s. Did Devin need to cover anything? No. Robbie?
No, sir.
Michael? Michael Doty? Thank you. Tanya? You're good? And then Mr. Holliday?
Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Ken Holliday. I'm the real estate broker representing John Hanrahan. He sent me a letter, and then my phone died, but I think I have it memorized enough that I can tell you what his intentions are and what he said. It was to whom it may concern. My name's John Hanrahan. My father owned this farm for many years. I've lived here all my life. Saying I like I'm Pat, so bear with me. I've enjoyed living here and watching this great city grow. It's developed into a nice, an ideal community. That's why it's so popular. He's watched the growth come in. Now he can walk to Publix. He is going to rebuild his house
So right on the where it says development plan, so the X in the middle of the screen, go up from the middle, and that's his house and barn. He's going to rebuild there and just kind of watch everything happen. So he just thanks you for your consideration of this project.
All right, any questions for Mr. Holliday? All right, let's move on to opposed. We have signed up opposed Kelly Jett.
Hello, Kelly Jett. I live at 4581 Oliver Road, which is approximately a mile and a quarter from the site. Just a couple concerns I have. The business orientation, I agree with Mr. Bridges that I work for the post office in Independence, so to see how they're oriented is going to be a very important thing. I think Independence is developing too quickly. Harris has a big development going on. Multiple subdivisions are doing the same thing. We're growing tremendously fast, and I think this is just too quick, especially if they consider some of the businesses that they've claimed, just like he said, they're across the street, they're up the road, they're a mile away. It's just kind of overkill. It doesn't, I don't think it's, I think it's trying to do things too quickly. It's not needed. Independence is a wonderful big town, but it's spread out a long distance, and I don't think that there's enough, I don't think it could handle the traffic and the people and the amount of things that would require to keep these successful and do well. People aren't factoring in the massive amounts of traffic that the Publix is going to add, as well as all this, because I don't think the Independence is not the type of town where people are going to go there and just hang out and wander around. They're going to run in and get their drink at the gas station, and their gas, and they're going to run out. You know, we have lots of sit-down restaurants and drive-thrus. We don't need more. Another concern that I have is approximately a month ago, and I'll deviate for just a second, a gentleman came down to my property and talked to my neighbor. He was from the sanitation department, and he's just doing surveys and looking to see, because all of the sanitation lines have to be redone. They need to be bigger. So it's affecting all of us, that our property is going to get torn up. Things are going to change. It's going to affect our world, because we need 300 more apartments in Independence and businesses to handle all that stuff. I understand growth. I'm not against that. But once you factor in how it affects everything, trying to put a traffic light there with people doing 70 miles an hour down 17 is going to be an issue, a concern, and it's a lot of repetitiveness that's not really necessary, and I don't really think would be beneficial to the company, to the community. I'm sorry, not company.
Any questions for Mr. Jett? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brandner.
I'm Paul Bradner, excuse me, live at 2224 Harris Pike. Our property is right behind what they're proposing. I'll try not to go over what they said too much. Our biggest concern is the amount of traffic it's going to bring. 17 is already a speedway. There's already wrecks all the time. We're getting 260 houses, I think, down the road from us on Harris, on a 2-lane road that can't handle all that traffic. Starting off with the proposed apartments, I just think that's way too many crammed into there. I think you're cramming too much into the whole project, to be quite honest with you. Starting off with the apartments, 360 apartments, I believe. So you're adding, what, 700 to 900 people every day? If you go back in your minutes from when they tried to do this same kind of low-income development on the Smock property, your all's big concern was the schools. That hasn't changed. We don't have any more schools.
It was not schools. Yeah, we were not allowed under law to consider schools, so we.
But that was a concern, and it was brought up, I think, from you all.
It was not brought up by us.
There's still, again, you don't have any more schools there to take care of these kids. The congestion on 17, adding in that many businesses. First off, like Mr. Bridges said, what's going to happen to all the people that are over on the other side of the road? Is it going to turn into Cherokee, where it's a dead zone and everything starts to look like, blighted? And Miss Brandy did a great job of selling a nice story of butterflies and unicorns about how all these businesses are going to survive and thrive and have all these people coming. You're going to have 17 be just like 42 in Florence, and that's what I think everybody's trying to turn Independence into, is Florence, and we don't need that. But if you have that many businesses and only 2 exits in, or entrances and exits in and out, I'd see nothing but problems. You're going to have backups, you're going to have accidents. I'm not an engineer, but I don't see where you're going to put that many cars in and out every day without problems on 2 places to get in and out. I just think there needs to be a little more common sense put into all this design and some more thought. That's all I'm asking.
All right, any questions for Mr. Brander? All right, that's all I have signed up to speak. I don't know, why don't we have staff come back up to kind of talk about the orientation question that's come up, because that's a big one. And Matt, feel free to chime in.
Yeah, certainly. So that was a determination that was made by our zoning administrator. Looking at the buildings, it seemed like they would be oriented towards Centennial Boulevard, since the access point was off of Centennial Boulevard. I mean, without seeing actual mock-ups of what the buildings are going to look like, it's kind of difficult to say. But again, according to our zoning administrator, if they're entering off of Centennial and the front's probably oriented towards Centennial, then that would be the front facade.
Would they have the, I mean, are you of the opinion that with this, well, I guess this is not, that the commercial's not a PUD, so, do we see an issue if they flip it?
I mean, I think it potentially could be something that could be okay. I mean, if it's an absolute, black and white no, they could definitely come before the Board of Adjustment to ask for appeals for the different businesses. If we saw mock-ups that showed the orientation facing KY17, that may change it.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question of you, or should I wait till we go?
Unless it's something that will need clarification from
Well, it's
staff,
about
let's
the
wait.
situation, the front and the back of the buildings.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to figure out is why is that a big issue? Because on 17 now, where the Kroger's is, the backs of all the buildings are on 17. The drive-through of Wendy's, Frisch's, the oil change place, everything, it's the back side of them on 17, so you're flipping it to the other side, it'd be the back of them anyway. It's the same situation, that's why I don't understand why it would be a problem, because they're facing inside to the Kroger Shopping Center, and the backs are out to 17, so I don't see a problem with it.
Right, and ultimately, what we're saying is it's going to be a determination by the zoning administrator who's vested under the ordinances to determine issues like that. And if the developer isn't satisfied with that determination, as been mentioned, you can always appeal to the Board of Adjustments for the Board of Adjustments to hear their disagreement with the findings of the zoning administrator, and there's another appeal from there as well. But so I think that's procedurally how it's going to work itself out.
Okay. If for some reason it would determine yay or nay, right? It makes that big of a difference to the commission. I mean, could it be tabled and they come back with, a plan that's specific to the, clarifying what their frontage is, and so maybe we'll see how the discussion goes and see if the applicant wants to do that. I don't know. Okay, any other questions for Mr. Sheets while we have him up? Nope, all right, thank you. And then if I could have the applicant, if you all have anything that you want to respond to that you've heard, comments?
Commissioner Dunham, I think there's a public comment in a letter. It says public comment. Hellman in my presentation deck.
Yeah, we'll enter that into the record.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess I just wanted to clarify what we just talked about. So,
Yeah.
So in our concept plan, you know, I think that we were assuming and designing it as if 17 was the front, but I also acknowledge, I mean, we don't have 10 elevation drawings of different buildings showing that. I just think that we were illustrating it that way based on drive-throughs and potential dumpsters. I also acknowledge that it's done both ways, and there's precedent for both. I think our preference is that it would be, that our front would be 17, and I guess part of that is maybe distance, maybe the specifics of how kind of we envision this being done. And I'm not saying that I think that we necessarily have anything that's going to look like a rear either. It's just more about how we do the dumpsters and how we do the drive-throughs and maybe how we do some signs. But are you saying that if the zoning administrator, you know, makes the determination that if the access is off Centennial, then the only relief of that is to take it to a board of adjustments? And then I guess my question is can that be done as a whole development plan or individual sites or either? And is it at all possible to fix it tonight?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, this is, right, I know, this is a basic kind of issue that, you know, you would have thought would have been completely vetted before we had this, so. Yeah, no. Well, I think Mr. Sheets talked about how it's, you know, where they're fronting it, right, where they're getting access off of, which would be the Centennial.
Is the access part of the definition of front within the commercial zone in Independence? I don't know that. Commercial zone, does access have to do, or is it which way they choose to do it? You know, I don't know the Independence zoning code well enough to know that off my head. But is that what we're asking basically, is access the determining factor?
How are they gonna figure this out?
Is front defined in the Independence zoning?
So it has to do with the building orientation, which is why we need to know like kind of which way those buildings are going to be facing, and then that is what the front is
So
considered.
if they choose to orient the building facing 17, that's their choice.
I believe so, yeah. I think ultimately,
Yeah.
this is a zoning administrator
And that's where it goes to
decision,
the zoning administrator.
and they have to make that interpretation, and then, right, it's just a standard zoning review at that point.
Okay, so that makes sense that it goes to the zoning administrator, and if the definition doesn't say that the specific front is, and they choose to orient the building to that front, it says that's where, and that's where they choose it. That would
Right.
be their determined front.
Right, right. And I think as a concept, you know, this meets the requirements of the zoning ordinance, but once they submit individual permits, we're gonna be able to determine compliance with all of these individual details. You know, but at this point, there's not the information, nor really is it within, I think, the planning commission's purview to really figure out what is the front tonight.
And I think once they orient one, that would be the determining factor, that that's gonna be the front or the back of this development.
I think it's based on each individual lot.
Yeah, that seems crazy to allow us to have one front one way, one front of it different. That maybe, you know, as part of the concept as an additional, that we would say that they all be oriented the same way.
Well, and again, I don't want to necessarily speak for our zoning administrators, but, you know, again, if something doesn't make sense, that's why there's the Board of Adjustment, is because then they take that to the board and they.
But can we put that in?
It exists. I mean, it's in the zoning regulations, so it's just going to have to work itself out.
Okay. I understand. Mr. Chair, aren't we tasked with a map amendment really at the end of the day, and not this determination of orientation of building?
It is for the commercial piece, yeah.
So, I mean, it really doesn't
But
matter.
they were
The
just
map
looking for
amendment's
some
based on
guidance.
The concept plan becomes part of that map amendment. That's what's approved. So that's why we got to be at least a little bit specific.
So they can make minor changes, but not make, yeah.
Okay. I'll just point out to Ms. Snyder's point, I think that's a completely different animal there, because you have, it's called the town center. You have the big Kroger that attracts everybody, and then they're facing the Valvoline and the Wendy's and all that. And actually, the Wendy's and all have skyline across the street. It's actually a street with built businesses on both sides of the street. So you wouldn't have the back of Wendy's against, the front of Skyline. But here, you don't have anything behind them that anybody would be going to. There's, the only thing that people would be looking at would be the fronts of them.
I'm talking about the ones up on 17. You're talking about the businesses up there. I'm talking about 17. It's no different than the businesses that back up to 17 in the Independence Town Center, which Wendy's backs up to.
Well, that's what I'm saying, that they have businesses across the street from them, like Skyline.
They're gonna have houses and stuff across the street from them, so potato, potato.
I think maybe he's differentiating between outlots and
Yeah.
these
So we can discuss this as
Yeah.
part of the vote, but as far as public hearing, any other applicant response to what's been said? No? All right. We will recess the public hearing for discussion among commissioners.
One thought I had, it seems to me the front of the building is not 17, it's not Centennial Boulevard, it's perpendicular to those two streets. And when you look at their orientation, the long face of the building is perpendicular to the two streets. And that's how, so the front of the building is, the buildings that face each other, where, and that's the side of the building you enter to go in. You're not going in, front doors aren't looking at 17 or looking at Centennial Boulevard. It would seem to me they're along the long face of the building as they're drawn. I also don't know why we need, on a map amendment, we need to figure out the orientation of the building.
So we have what's in front of us, right?
Right.
And so it's not our job to figure that out. You can either say you approve this or you don't approve it. If you approve it, they have to live within this plan with some room to, they have some parameters that they could go in front of the zoning administrator and say, hey, this is the change we want to make to this plan. Is it minor or is it major? If it's minor, they can approve it. If they don't like the decision, they can take it to the Board of Adjustments, and then there's an appeal right from there. So unless, in my mind, unless the applicant wants to table this and get back with staff and kind of look at this harder, I think we just need to vote up or down on it, and then it's just going to play out. I mean, there are regulations on, what you can do what determines a front, and what you can do if you've got, a front, and all of that.
That's
So,
for them to figure out.
Exactly. So, Mr. Wickman, you look like
Yes,
you're.
I have numerous points I feel like need to express. In terms of, the whole sort of phasing talk, it's very logical if we look at this from northwest to southeast. We have essentially a major highway to the northwest, and to sort of divide this property up to phase it down, phase in the right word, but to blend it gradually from commercial to multifamily to low-density rural residential makes great sense. But if I look at it from southwest to northeast, the land use plan does not call for that commercial to continue to the northeast, and yet this is essentially looks like a plan to have Centennial Boulevard keep on going. We're making a linear development of commercial lots along 17 as if it's going to continue. It concerns me a little bit. Also, I don't want to be harsh, but a lot of the story we're told about pedestrian and all that between the two parts of this development. I think every single one of these lots is a completely vehicular-oriented business. So I don't really think that is much of a selling point for this. And then this question of orientation of lots is very important, because if that switches around, it does a lot, well, first of all, it even completely blows that notion of pedestrian community center sort of development out of the water, and it really kind of makes this concept plan not even applicable anymore. Okay. And lastly, the portion that's PUD, I always have to ask, okay, if this were a zone change and not a zone change to a higher density, to a multifamily zone from the rural residential rather than as a PUD, would we approve it? And then looking at it as a PUD, I have to ask, are we, PUD is designed to give flexibility and all the reasons that it's there for. If we're given a greater density than we would have given in a straight zone change, then I always have to be very careful about that. Understood.
Mr. Chairman, you asked if they wanted to table it, and this gentleman has come up to the podium. I don't know what it came up for, but.
We're in recess. Yeah, we're in recess. Okay, the only thing I'll say in response is I guess I have less of a concern about the commercial heading up 17, because it's a busy road and it's not as conducive to I think a residential piece fronting right there. So I don't have a real problem with that piece of it. Other than that, points taken. Yeah, Commissioner Simpson.
I will say that I do like the fact that it does include income-aligned housing, and it seems like it's a really innovative way of kind of working with the economics of a development by including a lot of commercial spaces being included with the residential development to help try to keep those residential units potentially income-aligned. So I feel it's a pretty innovative way to make that happen.
So I was wondering if, and maybe the applicant would let us, if Centennial is going to become a street stub into the Fisher property, and that, it kind of looks like it is, and that point, or now that development didn't have any commercial aspect to it, but maybe now they've got if this gets approved, that their plan could change, right? We recommend it denial, so maybe they'll come back with something else, and now Centennial extends farther to the north. I don't know if that's, or how does staff, do they see Centennial as just a street stub to the Fisher property?
I mean, we've got this site in front of us tonight, right? And whether or not we think it's consistent with the comprehensive plan or not. And if it's not, do those exceptions apply? So.
And we always look for interconnectivity.
We do. We
part of the
promote
comprehensive
that.
plan.
It makes sense to
what it connects to is a future question.
So one of the things I'm thinking about, and it goes off of what you were indicating with regard to the housing element, would we want this density if it were a standalone project? Get a little conflicted with the whole thing, because I'm from independent Southern King County. I like the rural feel. But one of the ways also to preserve the rural feel is to have a development where you have a greater density because you potentially preserve more land. So I'm conflicted both ways on it. If we were ever going to approve one of these, I think this is one of the better sites because of it being right off of 17 versus the bigger road in that. But I definitely see your concern of whether we would normally do that or not.
Anybody else?
Mr. Bridges? Well, to Mr. Wickman's point, in the application, it says it's 10 new auto-oriented suburban things. So, I mean, I don't think they're pretending to be pedestrian-oriented. I mean, it says auto-oriented right here. My opinion, I just think it's too much for that area in general. And I do disagree. I do see myself as a guardian for the overall people of Kenton County that don't have if we see something that's unattractive, I think it is our job to point it out. I'm looking for
From a legal standard, you know, we're not supposed to be, is it attractive or not? So,
No, but we can talk to
We
them
have the
about it.
statute in front of us, so.
Can I say something?
We can
Yeah.
encourage them.
I live in Independence. I live right next to the Kroger's Marketplace in the town center, and I kind of would disagree about walking because I've got my dogs and I'm walking up there all the time. I walk to the tire discounters. I take my car up there and I'll get an oil change, my tires done, and I walk the dogs around. It's a mile all the way around. I'll do 3 laps of it, and I'll walk back home or I'll do whatever. I'm always walking up there, and there's always people in that area. So I feel like if you've got homes in the back of this, you're gonna have a lot of people that are walking up there. Yes, it's saying auto-generated or auto-oriented. Well, all the businesses in that town center are fairly auto-oriented also. And every night I'm walking, and there's tons of people up there with their dogs and walking kids, and they walk to the park, they walk to the senior center. They're always walking. So I don't think that just because a lot of these businesses have drive-throughs is going to mean it's all auto, and people aren't going to enjoy the amenities of the little social areas that they have. I think that there'll be a lot of people that are using it. And then Independence itself has all the festivals. They have all the musics, the bands once a month. I think people will walk across the street. There'll be a lot of walking. So I think that the sidewalks will be a big attraction, especially the housing in the back. So I find it's a very good development, and I like the thought that they put into it. So that's my 2 cents.
And I just do want to add that despite what I said, particularly the PUD itself, there's a lot to like about it, and there's a lot to like about, there's a lot to agree about the need for some multifamily housing there.
Yeah, I just want to express again, just based on what we're seeing here, I do have some concerns about pedestrian safety. I think it's been said by several of the commissioners, but I'm not seeing anything that connects through the parking lots from the residential areas across Centennial to the commercial area, and particularly with that park area that has been, I think, very thoughtfully designated on the southwest corner. Certainly I can envision people wanting to walk back and forth from those commercial districts back to the park, and without a very deliberate and meaningful designation of pedestrian access, I think it is very concerning.
So they had indicated that they were putting sidewalks there and would be putting crosswalks in. One of the things we can do is condition, so they've agreed to conditions along those lines, so we could make an approval subject to those conditions. We can only do that if they agree to have those conditions be part of it. Otherwise, we just have to vote on it up or down. But it sounds like we could add those conditions.
Yeah, that would be appreciated.
Okay. Making a note here. Okay. Anything else to discuss? If not, we will head back into our public hearing. Any clarifications needed? I guess I have a clarification for staff. So there have been representations made about the units and the average rental prices, I guess. How is that protected? How does that keep a developer from getting the map amendment, and then they come, and all of a sudden the rent's $2,500 for the 2 bedrooms?
It's definitely a valid question. I mean, according to their plan, they said, 2028 market rentals. I mean, I don't think they would be locked into those prices by any chance. It's just something that they're showing and demonstrating at this point.
So I just want to kind of clarify that. I mean, that's now the flip side of it too is, Brandy Corp has been around here and is going to need to do additional development. So I don't think it would be in their best interest of misrepresent things. I just want to clarify that. I don't know if the applicant, we're good on the vote tonight. You guys don't want to table as it relates to the orientation? All right, good. That's any.
And are they gonna update them, like what we were looking at, which was 2023, like, so that other people aren't going off of those numbers?
The staff?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later tonight, yeah.
Was there something you had to read in?
Yeah, I've got to read in an email. What about the conditions? This is the applicant. Are you okay with adding as conditions of approval the sidewalks and adding crosswalks? Yep. Okay. 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 Yeah, could you put that in the record? I'm sorry, make it come up, that just, if you state your name and address first.
Mike Doty with Brandy Corp. I'm the applicant. Yes, we will work with the City of Independence and staff to make sure that those areas are implemented strategically and ideally in locations that promote that connection and that connectivity to happen in those locations.
So crosswalks and sidewalks.
Crosswalks and
Yeah.
sidewalks,
Okay.
yes.
As well as the 17 sidewalk.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was my
Okay.
question. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right. Last
Thank you.
thing. All right, thanks. All right, and then while we're in the public hearing, I want to summarize an email. This is from Sarah Hellman. This is on this matter. She has several concerns. She talked about the housing study, that's saying that there was a surplus of the type of housing being proposed. Let's see, 7.2 dwelling acres per units per acre significantly exceeded the recommended density of 2.1 to 4. She's referring to the prior matter that was we recommended denial on. This proposal has 336 multi-family units and 15.46 dwelling units per net acre, more than double the previous one. Let's see, talked about concern about traffic impacts and there not being public transit. Let's see, talk about concerns over additional developments around there, including Harris Pike development. And that's it. I will put this in the record as Exhibit 1. All right. With that, we will close the public hearing and we will entertain a motion.
I will make a motion. I'd like to make a motion with reference to file PC-26-0006-MA. I move to approve the map amendment based on the facts and consideration contained in the staff report and based on the testimony of staff and witnesses present at the public hearing, and finding that it is consistent with the comprehensive plan, along with the agreements by the developer to include sidewalks, pedestrian crosswalks, bike racks, and other testimony given during the testimony or the presentation.
I'll second.
All right. So
Did you say sidewalks or?
Yes, sidewalks.
both on seven,
Yeah, I did
17.
say 17 on
17 and on
17.
both sides of
Okay.
Centennial. Okay. And is that okay? Second for that, Commissioner Simpson? All right, any discussions? If not, would you call the roll, please? Snyder and Simpson.
Okay, Commissioner Snyder?
Yes.
Commissioner Simpson?
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Yes.
Commissioner Wickman?
No.
Commissioner Baumgartner?
Yes.
Commissioner Flem?
Yes.
Commissioner Burling?
Yes.
Commissioner Bridges?
No.
Commissioner Conway, or excuse me, Commissioner Darple?
Yes.
Commissioner DeAngelis?
Yes.
Commissioner Dickey, or he recused himself?
Mhm.
Commissioner Dunham?
Yes.
Commissioner France?
Yes.
Commissioner Heydrich?
Yes.
Motion is approved.
All right, so this is a recommendation, now goes to the City Council of Independence and stay in contact with them. All right, the next item of, you want to take just a couple minutes real quickly? Take 5 minutes, please.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, there were, within the commission, there were a couple of no votes.
I think I'm not feeling good right now. I think I gotta recuse myself. I've worked with this guy. You got all three? Okay. Okay. You guys okay? How are we gonna do it? Like, I was gonna read all three of them. Do one presentation. I'm gonna ask if they talked if they said everything they want to about the map amendment, the text amendment, and the separate, and the waiver. Most of them are gonna be on all three. It's just trying to keep it all together, yeah. These three are all the same. These are all the same on the text, but the map amendments got extras. They're all, yeah, they're all gonna be on there. So Mark Powers is on here. Okay, then I'm fine this morning. I thought this was going to be. I'm gearing up for battle. Yeah, exactly. Right. I'm going to say something that I'm not going to say. Come on, boy. How's it going? I'm going to get some more. Okay. You want to cook them or not yet?
Good, thank you.
I don't want to eat them all, but
I'm good. I mean, I'm not going to.
All right,
She under with that.
getting them back, Chair.
What?
I said, good luck getting them back.
Well, they're going out the car to get it.
No, because it's called.
I think they're right in there.
We're still gonna have a quorum though.
Say, is it anyone in particular in our team being picked up? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna do all three at once. Is Steve gonna do a different presentation than Patrick?
We're going to do presentation.
You got it all worked out then?
Also questions, presentation.
And then, after we're all done with the presentation, then I'm gonna call for the public. Right? All right.
Deepak, are you for, against, or neutral? We have to pick one. For, against, or neutral on the matter?
This is just an educational exploration for me.
So that would be a
Would it be
neutral.
okay to put you as neutral?
Okay. Where are our ladies?
They were in the restroom. They ran out to the restroom.
No, they ran out to be coached.
Is that right?
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, we're waiting for two stragglers. Let's see, where's is mayor for, against, or neutral? We need to on the sign up.
Mayor Zember, are you for, against, or neutral on these?
Neutral. Okay. Everyone's Switzerland. All right. Perfect.
Oh, they're all bummed about now.
Okay. Yes. Is everybody back? I think everybody's back. All right. Let's see. Let's get going again here. Thanks for everyone's patience. Let's see. Should I call the file numbers or should I go straight out? Okay. All right. On the next matter we have, I'm going to recuse myself. I don't have a legal conflict, but don't want an appearance of impropriety. So our vice chair is going to chair this matter.
Okay, so we are here now, we're gonna hear file number PC 260007MA. We are going to, because all three of these, in order to help hopefully expedite this matter, we're gonna hear the next three presentations on the next three all at once, one after the other, so we don't have to listen to it 3 times in a row because they're each related. When you come up to speak, we're going to call folks in the way I've already checked the roster, and we have everyone that is to speak on the second or the third. The second and the third is also issued or listed on the first. So we're going to call the roster on the first, speak on all three matters. I'll remind you when you get up here, but just want to let people know, that way it gets you out here a little bit quicker. We aren't listening to the same thing over and over. So as long as everybody's good with that, I'm going to go ahead and read all three matters and hand it over to staff. Sorry again, so it's PC 260007, the Park Hills map amendment. The applicant is Tony Burling on behalf of Kokso Moy. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. An area of approximately 2.14 acres on the south side of Arlington Road between Dixie Highway to the east and Aberdeen Road to the west, approximately 165 feet west of Dixie Highway and Park Hills. The request is a proposed map amendment to the Park Hills zoning ordinance, changing the described area from RU, residential urban, to RM, residential mixed. The summary is that the applicant is proposing to construct 24 multifamily dwelling units, a net density of 13.29 dwelling units per net acre, which includes the realignment of the intersection of Arlington Road with Dixie Highway, a new public street, and off-street parking areas. The next issue is also file PC 26-0006 TX. It's Park Hills text amendment. Applicant is the City of Park Hills. Proposed text amendments to the Park Hills zoning ordinance. 1, amending the intensity and dimensional standards of the RM residential mixed zone to decrease the minimum lot area and lot width and increase the maximum density. And 2, allowing off-street parking spaces to directly connect to public streets within the RM zone. The third issue that we'll be listening to is W26-0001, Park Hills waiver. The applicant is B&Z Watercrest LLC on behalf of Kokso Moy. The location is area of approximately 2.14 acres on the south side of Arlington Road between Dixie Highway to the east and Aberdeen Road to the west, approximately 165 feet west of Dixie Highway and Park Hills. The request is applicant is requesting a waiver to detail number 24/24B located in Appendix A of the Kenton County Subdivision Regulation, which details the geometric design required for cul-de-sac and multifamily turnaround streets. Granting this waiver would allow the applicant to deviate from the standard design of cul-de-sac and multifamily turnaround streets. With that, I guess who's starting? Patrick, if you would, please. Mr. Denbo.
All right, well, thank you very much. And for the record, I'm Patrick Denbo, Senior Planner with PDS staff. As the chair stated, this is a proposed map amendment from RU residential urban to RM residential mixed. The applicant proposes a multifamily development with 24 total units at a density of 13.29 dwelling units per acre. The site is located within the First Ring suburban sub-area. It consists of 2.14 total acres, and it's made up of portions of 2 separate parcels, 1502 and 1504 Dixie Highway. As you will see further into the presentation, the front portion of these parcels are zoned commercial, while the rear portions are zoned residential. The map amendment area is only for those portions zoned residential, so the back parts of this property. 1502 is currently owned by the City of Park Hills and contains the city police station. It's at the intersection of Dixie and Arlington. And although this structure is not located within the request area, 0.64 acres of the site is located within the request area and is heavily wooded. The second parcel is 1504. It is currently privately owned, and it's the former site of the Szechuan Garden Restaurant. So approximately 1.5 acres is located within the map amendment area on this parcel. The former restaurant and parking area are located in the front commercial area outside of the map amendment request. Access into the site is located at a traffic light directly across from South Arlington Road. The rear portion of the site is heavily wooded. It also contains an existing gravel parking area that is only accessible from the adjacent property at 1510 Dixie. So this is a view of the front portion of the site. Again, this is currently zoned commercial and outside of the map amendment area, but this is the former Szechuan Garden Restaurant. The Park Hills Police Station is actually in this image, but it's right behind the location map to the right side of this image. And the map amendment area is again located to the rear of these structures. This is a view from in between the restaurant and the city police station, looking again towards where this map amendment is located. And again, this is another view from the restaurant looking on towards the back on the other side between commercial structures. This is a view looking into the rear portion of the city property towards the map amendment area, and as you can see, it's heavily wooded back towards that direction. And then this is an image looking east towards the intersection with Arlington Road. This intersection does include a pair of traffic lights, one to access Arlington Road, the other to access South Arlington Road and the subject site. So in 2010, the Park Hills Dixie study was adopted into the comprehensive plan, and the recommended land use map was amended to increase density from 4.1 to 7 up to 7.1 to 14 dwelling units per net acre. And in 2026, Park Hills adopted the new zoning ordinance. There is one concurrent text amendment, which is requesting changes to the RM zone as well as the concurrent waiver from the subdivision regulations pertaining to the cul-de-sac. As previously noted, the site is currently zoned residential urban, while the front portions of the affected parcels are zoned neighborhood commercial. Surrounding zoning consists mostly of residential urban and neighborhood commercial. The existing land use is mostly open space. There are some areas identified as office and commercial within the site. Surrounding land uses include office, commercial, multifamily, and mostly single family. The existing zone is RU, which is again residential urban. The intent of the RU zone, again this is the existing zone, is to accommodate single family and two family dwellings in and around neighborhoods. The established development pattern and character of the built environment must be preserved and protected. Infill development should be sensitive to surrounding scale and context. The zone permits single-family detached and two-family dwellings at a density of 9.7 dwelling units per net acre. Again, that's the existing zone. The requested zone, the proposed zone, which is residential mix, is intended to provide for neighborhoods with a combination of single-family attached and detached dwellings, two-family dwellings, and 3- and 4-family structures. Character and density may vary across the district, but new developments should transition in scale to reflect existing adjacent neighborhoods. Development in this district should be organized around walkable, well-connected systems. And the RM permits a wide range of residential uses, currently at a density of 10 dwelling units per net acre. So this is the submitted concept development plan, but before I describe the plan itself, I do want to point out that this plan also includes a road project that affects this development, but largely takes place outside of the map amendment area and is therefore not subject to the approvals of this map amendment process. But since it does affect the site, I will briefly describe what we're seeing here. So these areas in purple, this is the existing layout of Dixie Highway, Arlington, and South Arlington roads. And these structures are, or these roads are currently serviced by two consecutive traffic lights. The future road project will close Arlington just above the police station and then realign Arlington around the back of the police station and over to Dixie Highway to line up directly with South Arlington Road. Again, this is a project that is outside of the map amendment, but a portion of that realigned road will come through this map amendment area. And which again, the map amendment area is highlighted here in red now. So you can see a portion of the realigned road does come through this site, but this is a project that does exist outside of this process. So taking a look at the concept development plan, again, the map amendment area is shown in red, and it consists of 2.14 acres. The plan proposes 24 total units of multifamily housing, which comes out to a net density of 13.29 dwelling units per net acre. Of these 24 units, 8 will be 1 bedroom, 8 will be 2 bedroom, and 8 will be 3 bedroom. The units on the northeast side will be townhome style. That's the side to the top of the page, well, the top of the project anyway. Those will be townhome style, and then the units on the southwest side, the opposite side, will be stacked multifamily. The site will be accessed by a new public street. This public street will come off at an intersection with that new proposed realignment of Arlington. The new residential street will include 28 feet of right-of-way, 25 feet of pavement, and will include a 5-foot sidewalk, including around the cul-de-sac, which again, this cul-de-sac will be subject to a waiver later on. The portion of the realigned Arlington Road through the site will include 40 feet of right-of-way and 25 feet of pavement. There will also be 11 total driveways connecting to attached garages, as well as 17 additional off-street parking spaces, which will be accessed directly from the new street. The buildings will be 24.6 feet from the nearest property line at the closest point, and 23.7 from the west property line at the closest point. So the first number was from the east property line. The plan also includes a 15-foot landscape buffer surrounding the entire site except for the frontage area. And an underground detention area is shown mostly off-site, but within the commercial area. So the projected price point range, the rental range for this project is $2,000 to $2,200 for 1-bedroom units, $1,600 to $1,800 for 2-bedroom units, $2,300 to $2,500 for 3-bedroom units. This was the information given to us by the applicant. But putting that to the housing chart again that we saw in the last issue, it shows that the 1 and at least a portion of the 2-bedroom units fall within areas where there is a current deficit for this type of housing. The 3-bedroom units currently fall within areas that are showing current surplus in this type of housing. And as a reminder, the blue to gray colors indicate current deficits in those areas, while the red to peach colors indicate units that are currently in surplus. So staff conducted a review of the Kenton County Comprehensive Plan and finds areas of consistency. The proposed development allows for the creation of a variety of housing types and promotes housing infill and redevelopment in an area that is underutilized and appropriate for redevelopment. The proposed development encourages denser development near employment hubs, transit lines, gathering places, and activity nodes. It will be providing multifamily units of income-aligned housing, specifically the 1-bedroom units. Changing the property to residential mixed will provide a zoning mechanism to provide mixed residential uses that include a variety of residential types. The development also serves a role in improving infrastructure that can strengthen a first-ring suburb. Staff also finds areas that are relevant but where there may be insufficient information to determine compliance. It is unclear on the plans what type of sidewalks are proposed for the realigned Arlington Road, but most of that realignment is located outside of the map amendment area, but there are sections of that roadway located within the map amendment area. The applicant has stated via email that sidewalks will be included on Arlington Road in all areas that are within the map amendment. These sidewalks will need to be included in future plans. And additionally, although the plan is providing income-aligned housing options for the 1-bedroom units and part of the 2-bedroom units, but the 2 and 3-bedroom units appear to be closer to areas of current surplus housing supply. Again, that's relevant, not inconsistent. The recommended land use is identified as small area study, which, as was stated, is the Park Hills-Dixie study. This is the same for areas to the south and north along Dixie Highway. Recommended land use for the surrounding area to the north and west are residential at a density of 7.1 to 14 dwelling units per acre. The proposed development is consistent with the recommended land use as authorized in the Park Hills-Dixie study. which identifies the site for residential at a density of 7.1 to 14 dwelling units per net acre. The proposed development is 13.29 dwelling units per net acre, which falls into this recommended range. Additionally, the study notes that increased residential density in close proximity to the core area will increase the likelihood of residents walking to their destination for goods and services, and that retaining a portion of this area for residential development also acts as a good buffer between residential developments on Aberdeen Road and the more intense mixed-use development anticipated by the plan. Although the plan discusses new owner-occupied and condominium developments within this area, the proposed development is consistent with the need for increasing housing supply within Park Hills. Additionally, the adjacent established neighborhood to the north and west is also recommended for residential at a density of 7.1 to 14 dwelling units per net acre, indicating consistency with the surrounding neighborhood as far as the recommended land use as well. Dixie Highway is classified as a minor arterial urban street. Arlington Road is a local street. There are currently sidewalks along both sides of Dixie Highway and along one side of Arlington Road, and it's the side adjacent to this site. Tank operates bus routes along Dixie Highway with a formalized bus stop and shelter area located directly across Dixie from the intersection with Arlington Road. The front half of the site contains areas of DSA. There are no blue line streams on the site. KRS 100 states that a map amendment must be in agreement with the comprehensive plan, or that the existing zoning classification is appropriate, or that there have been major changes that were not anticipated in the adopted plan. Staff is providing a favorable recommendation on the request with a condition that the text amendment that we'll hear next be approved simultaneously with or prior to the map amendment. The proposed map amendment is generally in agreement with the adopted comprehensive plan. The plan will provide for a variety of new housing options, some of which will be income aligned. The proposed density is consistent with the recommended land use map and is also consistent with the recommended density of the surrounding residential neighborhood. This development will serve as a buffer between the surrounding established neighborhood and the commercial institutional office areas located along Dixie Highway. The submitted concept development plan meets the minimum requirements of the Park Hills zoning ordinance, except for the following, both of which are part of the concurrent text amendment that you'll hear next. But the current density requirement within the RM zone is 10 dwelling units per net acre. The proposed plan is showing 13.29. Again, we'll hear more about that in the text amendment. Also, the existing ordinance provides that off-street parking spaces shall not directly connect to public streets, except for single-family attached and detached residential. The proposed plan is showing 17 off-street parking spaces that are directly accessing the public street. Again, that'll be part of the text amendment that you'll hear next. And if approved, additional information will be needed for future permitting, including additional information on use-specific standards, site lighting, fences, walls, landscaping, including tree preservation plans, hillside development standards, including geotechnical studies, stormwater management, excavation, grading, tree removal, signage, and off-street parking. Regarding the off-street parking, the applicant has had discussions with staff regarding shifting the site plans to allow additional space for those 17 off-street parking spaces to reduce the need for any potential overhang into the sidewalk. The applicant has indicated to staff that they may make those adjustments while maintaining setback and buffering requirements. And if approved, the submitted development must meet the subdivision regulations. This will include sidewalks, including along the section of Arlington Road that is adjacent to and runs through this development. Again, they have stated that those will be there. They'll need to be shown on future plans. Land disturbance permits are required by SD1. A traffic impact study is not required for this development. However, there may be requirements related to that greater road realignment project for Arlington Road. Again, that's outside of this map amendment, though. Staff understands that discussions with KYTC and the city have been ongoing for this, and continued coordination will be required. And lastly, the proposed cul-de-sac is not meeting the requirements of the subdivision regulations. Waiver request is being asked tonight as well. I'd be happy to take questions on the map amendment before we go to the text.
Are there any questions or clarifications needed on the map amendment from commissioners? If not, we'll go ahead and we'll hear the text amendment presentation.
All right, thank you very much. And again, as the chair stated, the city is requesting a text amendment to amend the intensity and dimensional standards of the RM residential mixed zone and to allow off-street parking within this zone to connect directly to public streets. So again, in 2026, the city adopted Z21. The first part of this request will amend the intensity and dimensional requirements of the residential mixed zone. This amendment will decrease the minimum lot area for two-family dwellings from 8,000 square feet to 6,000 square feet, and the minimum lot area for multifamily from 4,000 square feet per unit to 2,000 square feet per unit. Additionally, the minimum lot width will be reduced from 25 feet to 20 feet, and the maximum density will be increased from 10 dwelling units per net acre to 15 dwelling units per net acre. No other requirements are being proposed to change. On the image on the screen, these are the intensity dimensional standards for this zone. The areas in red are the proposed changes. The second part of the request is the amendment to the off-street parking requirements. Currently, only single-family attached and detached dwellings are permitted to have parking that directly access a public street. This amendment will include all development within the RM zone into that exception as well. Park Hills does currently have one area that is zoned residential mixed. The area is approximately 6 acres and is located along Amsterdam Road at Parkvale Court. A portion of this area currently contains the woods of Park Hills apartments and townhome development. The remainder of the area is currently existing two-family structures and undeveloped land that's characterized with steep slopes. Compliance with the comprehensive plan is not required for text amendments. However, staff has identified the following relevant goals, objectives, and recommendations. So amending the zoning ordinance to allow for higher density is a way to address the shortage of income-aligned housing. With Park Hills being a first-ring suburban community, this amendment encourages zoning policies that encourage denser development, near employment hubs, transit lines, gathering places, and activity nodes. KRS 100 states the allowable content that cities may enact. Staff is providing a favorable recommendation on the proposed text amendment. The text amendments are consistent with the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan encourages communities to consider creating zoning policies that encourage higher densities for a variety of housing options. Additionally, the Park Hills Dixie study provides that higher densities will be needed to refresh the Park Hills housing market. The proposed amendments are appropriate and reasonable. The proposed changes to the minimum lot area are consistent with other jurisdictions, including Crestview Hills, Erlanger, Fort Mitchell, Independence, and Taylor Mill. Additionally, with Park Hills being mostly developed, additional development opportunities will likely be infill-style development and redevelopment on underutilized lots, allowing reduced intensity and dimensional standards and higher densities may be appropriate to allow additional housing opportunities. The proposed changes to the off-street parking requirements will allow a consistent style of parking for each housing type that's permitted within the RM residential zone, while not providing a blanket exception for all two and multifamily developments across other zones. And I'd be happy to take questions on the text amendments.
Are there any questions of staff? Questions, comments, clarifications?
Yeah, one quick one. So, and looking at the map, I can't tell, and I'm thinking through your parking question.
Yeah.
Can you show me where this parking is?
Sure.
It's coming directly off of the main road?
Sure. It's the areas in red. Let me.
Okay, that's what I
see
wondered.
that.
Those pink or red squares, those are
Exactly.
parking spots.
Those are
aren't
actually parking
structures.
spots. There's
Okay.
17 of them. That was just highlighting over all of the spaces.
Yeah.
And they are directly accessing
Yep.
the street. So the maneuverability is coming off the street.
Yep.
Question as well. On that same map, it doesn't appear that the parking depth is sufficient to allow the unencumbered sidewalk. Do we know that that's not the case?
No, that is what we have identified and talked about with the applicant. The applicants indicated that they may make those adjustments to, they have room on the site plan to make those adjustments without affecting the setbacks and the buffering. So we've had that conversation, so I would defer to the applicant on that
Okay.
part, but we have had those conversations.
Any other questions, comments? If none, let's go ahead. Let's do the presentation for the waiver. Mr. Gutman, are you doing that?
Sorry.
Thank you, and for the record, Stephen Neltner, Director of Infrastructure Engineering here at PDS. As the chair stated, this request is for a waiver to details number 24 and 24B, which is located in Appendix A of the Kenton County Subdivision Regulation. The applicant is requesting is B&Z Watercrest LLC, represented tonight by Mr. Greg Burling. The applicant is requesting a variance to the standard geometric design of the cul-de-sac and multifamily turnarounds. As a reminder, the waiver request is completely separate to the map amendment that Patrick just presented. While the commission is recommending body to the city council for the map amendment, the waiver is, commission has a final say-so for that waiver, which I'm presenting tonight. Again, like Patrick stated, the property is located in City of Park Hills, outlined in blue here. Before we go into that developer's plan, like you saw before, I'd like to talk a moment to discuss the existing topography of the site. On the site here, you see the orange lines. Those are contour lines. Each line indicates 2 feet of grade change. As you can see towards the northwest corner, the orange lines start to get bunched up together, get brighter. That means a significant grade change. For reference, the bottom of the hill is 758 feet, and it goes up to an elevation change of 794 feet, a total of 36 feet and just over like 80 feet or so. So it's significant. On the screen here is another visual of it, but it's colorful, so you can see. Orange indicates 20%, 20 to 35% slope, while the red is 35+% slope change. On the screen here, you see the proposed site plan for the waiver. The orange is the specific part of the waiver, is the end of the cul-de-sac. Developer wants to stay away from that hillside as much as possible. With encroaching that hillside means more geotechnical review, more hills, maybe slope stability, and trying to keep that buffer zone, which you'll see in the next couple slides on the designs that are in the appendix. As I mentioned before, as Patrick mentioned before, the plans call for 24 multifamily dwelling units. Developer is also planning on building those infrastructures, the sidewalks around, public storm sewer, and sidewalks. Here is the design waiver for this tonight. On the left is the detail 24 of the Appendix A of the Subdivision Kenton County Regulations. The middle one is the option of 24B, which is the multifamily option. And on the right is what they're proposing. I have it outlined in yellow, the pavement, and on red is the right-of-way for the applicant's proposal. Just as reference, you can see the geometric design differences between all three. The one on the left, at the widest point, it's 65 feet. The middle one is 43 feet without counting any right-of-way or sidewalks. And on the right, the pavement width is 38 feet, while the right-of-way is 41 feet. And that's mainly just so they can keep away from that hillside and try to keep that buffer zone. Because if you use the larger one, you would create that buffer to go, the houses to push back, lose some of your buffer zone, and get in that steep hillside, which the applicant would have to do more extensive geotechnical review and earthwork. I'd like to point out also, recommendation number 4, the environmental portion, the comprehensive plan, goes to specifically call out the need for flexible design when dealing with properties located on near significant hillsides. This decreased cul-de-sac width is a major component to allowing the developer to maximize his space without impacting major topography And I'd like to just note, I spoke to the city and the fire department of Park Hills, and they also prefer this, they're okay with this design. Because the concern of safety is always a factor for emergency vehicles, the applicant provided a analysis of a CAD program called AutoTurn. The picture on the right is that software program. It is able to take design, data, and analysis and analyze the ability of a vehicle to turn throughout that turning radius. This design was used at Altavia Avenue, which is in Park Hills right now. This design, they spoke with Chief John Rigney with the police department and gave him the largest truck, which is on the screen also, which is 30.5 feet. And as you can see, the design, the turning analysis, the truck will go up, turn left, back up, and do a 4-point turn out of the cul-de-sac. And if you can see, the tires will always stay on the pavement. They won't have to go out into the curb or the sidewalks. It'll all stay in the pavement and exit the site. For reference, what this would look like, I have a picture of Altavia Avenue, which is existing in Park Hills right now. And on the right is a design that was approved in 2022 in the city of Fort Mitchell. And this exact design. Before getting into the staff recommendation, I'd like to remind the Commission of Section 3.9-2 or 3.9-2C of the subdivision regulation, which sets forth the following criteria for granting a waiver. In order for you to grant this waiver, you must first establish that this request will not be detrimental to the public health or public interest. In addition, one of these 5 criteria is listed below. The applicant has stated criteria 1 and 2, which is the unusual topographical, exceptional physical conditions exist. Sorry about that. that the strict compliance of the subdivision regulations would create hardship and exceptional conditions. Based on the information presented tonight, staff recommends Planning Commission to grant this waiver to details number 24 and 24B located in Appendix A of the Kenton County Subdivision Regulations, which details the geometric design requirements for cul-de-sac streets. Granting this waiver would allow the applicant to deviate from this cul-de-sac design. Staff believes that this waiver criteria is met due to the challenging topography of the site, as well staff's opinion that the revised cul-de-sac design will not be detrimental in any way to the safety and functionality of the inner roadway system and the public health. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Are there any questions, Mr. Howard?
Stephen, is the width of the Altavia Street turnaround the same as the
Yes.
width here, 41 feet?
Yeah, it's the exact same design.
Okay.
I'm not sure about right-of-ways, but the exact design for pavement width and everything.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was asking. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, if none, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. I do have folks registered to speak. I'm going to just run through the list of, for everyone. I have Greg Burling to speak for. Everyone else is neutral. Mark Powers, Jim Fowler, Anthony Conrad, Dan Lutz, Carolyn Winstall, Laura Cardosi, Deepak Desai, and Kathy Zembro. I have Jim Fowler, Jim Fowler, Carolyn Winstall, and Laura Cardosi are only signed up to speak on the map amendment. You want me to just put you on all 3 and you can speak on that? Would that be all right with you? You don't have to, but that way you can. Okay, because when we come up, we're going to ask you to speak on each one so that we can get out of here at a reasonable hour tonight, if that's okay with everybody. Okay? With that, I'm going to go ahead and call up the applicant, Mr. Burling. Is there anybody else anybody else want to speak? Put your name down if you want to. You don't have to. Okay. And if you would, we're going to have you speak on all. When you're finished, I'm going to ask if you spoke on the map amendment, the text amendment, and say everything you wanted on the map amendment, text amendment, and the waiver. Okay, so if you want to hit it all, if you would, please.
Yep. Greg Browning, the developer of the project, here with my partner Mark Zimmerman. Short history on the site. We started on this over a year ago. Took time to develop the plan. It's a complex project for a small site. Small sites usually become that, but took some time and had a good meeting with the Park Hills residents a number of months ago, and get their input on the project. Obviously, a new project, especially in Park Hills, is there's concerns and change. So it was good to have that conversation with them. Some of the things that we heard. We made some changes to the plan. Met with city leadership, elected officials multiple times in council chambers, one-on-one, to not only present the plan, to make sure everyone was comfortable with the process. We wanted to make sure we went through the process correctly. This is the first part of it, and then there's a number of steps after this. But we wanted to make sure that everybody was aware and knew what the process was going to be, and then also get comfortable with the plan. And lastly, a really important meeting is, and Ms. Powers is here today. She lives at 801 Arlington, which is directly north of the two-bedroom units there. And she's most affected by this, but she's right directly adjacent. And one of her things that, and I asked her, and I can talk about this, but we walked around her house, and she has a pool in the back, has her grandkids over and her family over, and privacy is really important for her. It'll come before staff in the final development plan, but there are requirements in the new Z21 for buffering. We are providing a 15-foot landscape buffer, but there's also fencing options as part of that requirement in Z21. So we've talked about that with Ms. Powers, and we're willing to abide by that. What's before you is a map amendment, text amendment, and the waiver for the residential portion of the properties, and the commercial on Dixie will remain. Along Dixie will remain. Patrick did a good job describing the project. Like he said, there's 8 one-bedroom, 8 two-bedroom, and 8 three-bedroom. This is product that we've built in Fort Mitchell and Wilder before. It's been very successful for us, and they're nice sized units that we're very comfortable with here. The parking, there's a question, Ms. French, you had a question on the parking, and this is something that Patrick brought up to me, that the way the parking was designed, that vehicles, especially if you drive a truck, could overhang the sidewalk. So I've committed to him that we would push those parking spots back so that there could be free flow, pedestrian flow, and not have to walk around into the street. So we did commit to that. And the turnaround, this is a turnaround that I used in Pinnacle, Fort Mitchell. It was also approved through a waiver request at Pinnacle, Fort Mitchell. The design for that actually came from Park Hills. So it was something that the city was also, Fort Mitchell was also comfortable with that. Similar type street with 24 units on it, and it was important to get the fire department comfortable with that. The residential I'm proposing is tied to a road improvement project that the city of Park Hills will be performing on Arlington. The idea around it was, as Patrick, Mr. Denmo talked about, was there are 2 lights close together. This is eliminating the light on Arlington, and then the light on South Arlington and Arlington would remain. Taking that light out is something that has been brought up by KYTC before, I think in the road diet and the Dixie Road Diet. So road study, it helps traffic along Dixie, and it also fixes the vertical curve on Arlington, eliminates that, and it makes that the ability to get to Arlington much easier. And then Mr. Dembo did talk about sidewalks. Like I said, we do commit to sidewalks all the way around our street. I'm not 100% certain on the design for the sidewalks on Arlington. I know they will continue down to Dixie to the on one side. I don't know about the other, but they will continue down to Dixie to provide pedestrian access to Dixie. And the other point of this project, this is an economic development for the city, and it also provides, with the relocated Arlington, potential for redevelopment of the commercial along Dixie to where that commercial could access a lighted intersection versus having to come out of curb cuts, not on a traffic light onto Dixie. So the safety-wise, having access to a lighted intersection here on relocated Arlington is part of this project. I talked about the waiver request. If there's any questions that I can answer on the project, I'm happy to do that.
Commissioners, any questions?
I have a question.
Commissioner Simpson.
Looking at the price ranges of the residential units, the one bedroom is 2,000 to 2,200, and the two bedroom is 16 to 1,800. Are the one bedrooms larger square footage? Why is there?
They're larger units. They're also a first floor unit. So it's an empty nester unit. It's a larger unit. It has an attached garage, so you can pull straight into your garage and walk into your unit. The two bedroom units are it's a unit that I built in Fort Mitchell, reserves of Fort Mitchell. It does not. They have a couple attached garages, but they're mostly there's no garages. You have street parking, and they're 2-story units. So the 1-story units are basically a ranch style living. So it's more for an empty nester. So that's the reason for that, for the price point difference.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions, Mr. Franz?
Does the underground detention prohibit any development on top of that site other than?
So a building couldn't go on that, but it would be for parking. So one of the issues with not one of the issues, but one of the results of relocating Arlington is that the commercial site becomes so small that even if we didn't have the underground detention there, we couldn't fit a building of any substantial size and parking in the commercial zone. So the idea is to provide underground parking or underground detention so that when there's future development on Dixie further to the south, that could be utilized for parking for the commercial that would be on Dixie. One of the really tough parts is it's not a big area and the commercial district is fairly narrow. So with the new parking requirements in the Z21 and in the old code for restaurants, for retail, parking is going to be needed. All these uses along here are under the old parking requirements, or when they didn't have parking requirements, and they're under parked. So the idea is the underground detention basin, which is needed for the new development, can be utilized for parking in the future.
Any other questions, comments?
Yes. Are there any, is there a stop sign plan or any traffic control at the new intersection, basically at the right angle of Arlington?
Yeah, yes, there is. There'd be a stop sign coming. I guess it'd be a two-way stop sign. Stop sign for the traffic coming from the new development, and a stop sign coming, I guess, from the south towards Arlington. And then the right turn would be a continuous right turn onto Arlington. That'd be a traffic control thing done with the city, the public project.
Any other questions, comments of the applicant? Thank you, Mr. Burley. You feel like you spoke upon the map amendment, the text amendment, and the waiver?
I did.
You got them.
Yep,
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Next, everybody's, I don't have anybody scheduled to speak against, so we're going to go down the neutral. Mark Powers. You ready? Mark Powers, just for record, it says he's no need to speak. Anthony Conrad.
Hi, my name is Anthony Conrad. I live at 835 Alhambra Court. I'm a somewhat, I guess, adjacent property owner. I'm in the far bottom left corner if you're looking at the picture. That is probably making it debatable if I'm actually adjoining or not. But when I look out my kitchen window, I look directly at the back of this property. So the part that we enjoy is the tree screen across there, and how we don't really, at least in the summertime, we don't see the commercial zone in Dixie Highway, but we have the luxury of seeing all those trees in that wooded area, which is a nice benefit to be that close to the commercial space, but not look at it every morning, right? When looking over the the request and the review, it looked like the staff's recommendation mainly looked at following the comprehensive plan from 2010. Part of that was the 7 to 14 dwelling units per acre. Some of these things I just have questions on, like we're asking for 15 dwelling units per acre. The plan is for 13.29 or whatever it is, but the request is for 15. Which I know the other two lots kind of next to that aren't involved in this are zoned the same now, that there could be future development there. But also, you know, just like what was presented about Independence, you're going up to almost 14 dwelling units per acre, but you don't have the amenities that some of those bigger complexes have. You don't have the commercial businesses that go with it, you know, the pool, the gym, whatever else is part of that multifamily development. So I question whether that still is the right answer to go up that high on that density. But that's just something that I thought of with that. And then the comprehensive plan also recommends that buffer, which we already have. And I know, talking about that hillside that's there, hopefully we don't have to clear much up in that corner close to our property, but you know, we already have that buffer there. I don't want to have to replant it all to keep it and to have that luxury that we have there. And there's also one of the slides showed how steep the slope was there. There's a retaining wall across my property and both my neighbors that run on the back side of that. I don't know where that falls on the property line, if that's on our side or on the development side, but you know, moving around the dirt and everything at the base of that could affect you know, that retaining wall that who knows how old it is. I think it's like almost like railroad ties, retaining wall there. So yeah, those are just some of my concerns that came up with it, and then, you know, same thing like comparing to the Independence development we saw earlier. A lot of this is based on speculative economic development that we don't have a plan for yet in Park Hills, versus what Brandy Corp presented, where they have a plan for all the commercial businesses and the restaurants, and so they just it's not comparable looking at the two of them, but when the densities were very similar, I think it's something to consider of if that's the best way to look at it versus keeping the zoning the same. Yeah, I know it was brought up before to use the space and you could still put in duplexes and kind of get a proof of concept on it if that actually works in our area. So that's all I had.
All right, Mr. Conrad, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Conrad? Okay, so basically you want to know whether or not there could be any other future development on this. Will they be clearing up next on the top of the hill? Now, the applicant can come in and he's going to get an opportunity to answer questions, so I'm trying to make sure we get your questions answered for you.
Yeah, just, I mean.
And then the retaining wall, is that on their property or yours?
Yeah, exactly, yep. And then there's a lot of space there, and I'm probably the furthest away from everything that's going to be developed, but I know when these things happen, a lot of times it's easier to say, well, just clear it all just in case, right?
We'll let them address this. I mean, you're specific, we'll make sure that when he comes back up, he answers your questions.
Okay, thank you.
We don't have the answers for you.
Yep.
So.
Appreciate it.
But we'll try to get them for you. Okay? I'm sure Mr. Burling's taking notes. So, as we go. Next is, I'm sorry, Anthony, we did it, Jim Fowler? He said. And I've got you listed to talk on all three, the map amendment, text amendment, and the waiver, just so you know, right?
Yes.
So, if you would, please make sure you state your name and address for the record. Speak into the microphone.
Yes, sir. I'm Jim Fowler. I live at 829 Aberdeen Road. So I moved to this house in 1992. This Aberdeen Road is on an incline, And with an incline comes storm water down and settling of hills. And that caused cracks in my foundation that have since been resolved. I've been there 35 years. But behind my house is that steep incline, steep cliff, I would say. At its base is a vernal pond that fills up with the spring rains. It's full right now after the rains we had last week. And of course, the forest that's behind there. With the zoning change and the plans for multifamily housing in the woods, my biggest concern is how this development will impact that steep cliff. My house was built in '38, and those cracks, I'm unsure what more development would do to my foundation, honestly, to the cliff. It is a steep cliff, and the other guy mentioned about the drop off from 794 feet down to 758. The top of my hill is at 780, so it shows that incline. I don't know the grade, but I can tell you it's steep. I recently had my property surveyed. One of the takeaways from that is part of that cliff has slid over the decades. One corner of the property line is 20 feet over the hillside. Another part is just 5, so it's a portion of the cliff. So how will clear cutting the forest, heavy equipment, development impact that cliff is my real concern. My questions for this commission, does Kenton County govern building and foundation placements on or adjacent to these steep slopes? How can the cliff be protected? And will a development plan to manage that buffer, whether that's, initially it was 25 feet, now I hear it's more like 15 feet. Will we get to take a role in coming up with that plan for the buffer? Both neighbors, with the developer, and with the city. That's all.
Okay, first, just to answer your one question, there will be geotechnical, plans and everything. I'll let the applicant, but they have to protect that hillside. They have to continue to give you the support legally, the structure, your structure. They can't take that away. So that's under Kentucky statutes. But and they'll talk about that. They have to have geotechnical anytime they touch a hillside of that slope, and get it proven that they've stabilized that and they're not going to affect it. That's one of the reasons they're asking for the waiver of so they don't have to cut more into that toe of that slope by making a bigger cul-de-sac and risking, cutting into that hillside. So,
Yeah, that's
one
part of the hillside, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna let them talk about their clearing and all of that, and then what is their buffer plan was your other question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any other questions or anything?
Jim, just for clarity, which one is your house, Jim? I can't remember.
So my house is, I'm not sure how to describe it.
On the curve?
So to the north side where there's a smaller group of townhomes, I'm at the corner of the last one to the west.
Okay, but you're not abutting this development property?
Oh, I am.
You are, okay.
I am. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm like second from the corner, the northwest corner.
Yeah, that's right. You got a pointer?
I am right here.
Got it, okay, thank you.
Okay, up at the top, underneath the P and the L.
Yeah. Got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, that's good to know. Okay. All right, Dan Lutz. I've got you registered to speak on all three as well.
Yes, that's correct. All right, good evening, everyone. I'm Dan Lutz. I live at 836 Alhambra Court. I guess first, just a quick question addressing the cul-de-sac waiver. As somebody that's lived on a cul-de-sac for nearly 20 years, I'm a little bit unsure of that design, giving people adequate room to turn around. I've had countless vehicles drive through my yard and use my driveway as a regular turnaround spot. Especially the one I live in is technically no parking, but even though that's not enforced, I don't think this street is going to be no parking, no street parking, right? Okay, so that probably wouldn't be an issue. But the other consideration I don't know if anybody's thought about is that, you know, the Park Hills fire truck, I think, was what was used in that simulation. I think that Park Hills has maybe smaller trucks than other departments, and, you know, if other departments, there was a fire a few blocks up, that some other cities came in to help. So I do have, you know, kind of concerns about larger emergency vehicles back there. So that would be my concern on the cul-de-sac waiver. So I guess just a general question. I know that it came up, I don't know if it was Mr. Dunham or Mr. Bridges that made the comment about you can't really comment on what things look like, it's just that they meet the requirements. I guess my question would be, when you evaluate these proposed plans, do you take in, like, I would call it quality of life into consideration? So as somebody who's lived in my house for nearly 20 years and has put a lot of time and effort into that property, you know, to see the space behind me go away, and then, you know, I have to take into consideration, and those around me, of noise pollution, additional light pollution, environmental impacts. So I guess my question to you as the commission is, like, is that something that you take into consideration when you either approve or disapprove these plans? And then I guess lastly, I don't know if this is an appropriate question for a KCPC or the transportation cabinet, but when it comes to like traffic safety, we'll say, you know, essentially the curve is going out of the road, and there's going to be what I assume is a wider and straighter section of road, which in my experience just encourages people to go faster. So I don't know if that's something that KCPC takes into consideration, or if that's more for the transportation cabinet. So if you can direct that appropriately. And also following up on Mr. Conrad's comment about the need for increased density, I'm just curious why it would be approved to go to 15 units per acre when the plan is I would say pretty far from that, is listed at like 13.29. So those were the questions that I had.
Are there any questions or comments from Mr. Lutz? And I can take it for the waiver, when they went in the fire truck turnaround, we simply have to rely on the fire department.
Right.
They tell us it's safe. Now, in this one, trust me, I'm very involved with our subdivision regulations, you know, and helping to rewrite them, and I hate to see waivers just given out. But this being as short a street as it is, they're not gonna come up and turn around to fight a fire. They're
Right.
pulling straight in, and then they'll figure out how to get out. And this is not a big, long street. They're gonna be blocking traffic and everything else, so.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
I have a lot less consternation about it being
Right.
on this street than on a 5,000-foot street.
For sure, yeah. My main concern would be for the people at the very end on the left, because that's where I live, and it's like everybody's in the driveway.
And I get that, but, you know, that's
Yeah,
part
it's
of
just
being
part
in
of
the
it.
cul-de-sac.
Yeah,
The nice
fair.
thing is, this one doesn't even have any other houses at the very end of it that,
For
you
sure,
know,
yeah.
only people that are ever gonna be going down here are for this short street, you know, in
Right.
there, so you would hope, but it's a valid concern, but
Yeah.
that's just being in the cul-de-sac.
For sure, yeah. All right, thank you.
But, yeah, any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Mr. Lutz. I have, Deepak Desai.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for your service here on the commission. I presume you don't get paid, so. I live at 610 Irish Rose Lane, which is basically the neighborhood across the street. And I live off of South Arlington.
If you state your name as well, just so we have it.
Deepak Desai.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you.
My first concern, and I guess if we have to state, you know, whether you're for or against, I guess I would say I would be against it at this point, is the road. That's something that's been in discussion in our community for about a year since the developer first approached the city about this. Originally, my understanding is that they wanted the residents to pay for it, and we were like, no, we're not paying a subsidy for your development. If you want that road to go in, you pay for it, and you go through the proper amendments to get that in. I have not heard any discussion about that. It seems like it's just been kind of glossed over that, hey, we're going to have this road, we're going to realign Arlington with South Arlington so that they meet up. I think that's something the commission has to get clarity on. Has the city council agreed to fund that? Are they in fact going to put in a new road? My understanding is that's not the case. I understand there are opportunities available through different grants tied to building roads, but if the concept is that we're hoping to get that road paid for and we'll figure it down the road, then that's not, to me, a point at which this is ripe for decision. That's got to be in place. You need to know it's going to happen and how the funding is going to be handled. So that would be point one. Point two would be, if I understood the current zoning, this property can be developed the way it's currently zoned. It does not require the road I was just discussing. You could have access coming directly off Dixie Highway. It just would not be as dense. So I understand maximizing profit. That's, in my book, okay. On the other hand, I think there's a reason that zoning codes are put in place, and that is to create uniformity, preserve neighborhood characteristics, and whether somebody wants the project to be more profitable by allowing for a denser development does not speak to a reason for a map amendment or a text amendment. And I think if you take that one step further in your thought process, the text amendment, as I understand it, is give us the zoning change, and then within the zoning change, we want you to change the density, the lot size, if you will. So if I was hearing everything correctly, depending on whether it's a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, or 3-bedroom, they're looking for anywhere from a 25% to a 50% reduction in the lot size. So are we doing this because there is a urgent need for housing in that particular area, and there are difficulties developing the site as it is and under the current zoning code? I'm not hearing that. What I am hearing is we can build what's allowed under the zoning code. We don't need you to change the street, but we don't want to do that. We want to build what we want to build in your neighborhood, and therefore we're asking for 3 different amendments, and we're hinging it on a road that, to my understanding, has not even been approved yet. So those are my 2 major concerns. Again, the road, and then 2, the current zoning allows for development, and then maybe if you want to break it down to 2A, 2B, 2B, even with the change to, I believe it was referred to as RM, you want a further modification to what has been the traditional lot size in an RM district. A couple other quick points, and I won't go through everything on my mind because I know it's late in the hour and everybody would like to get some sleep tonight. But I heard, I believe it was Mr. Dunham, talk about legal standards or legal requirements. That's what we have to look at. I hope the first 2 points I made hit on that. But one thing I saw on a slide at the very beginning, and I believe it was when the senior planner was going through what I presume are the legal requirements and standards for doing these amendments, is the proposed change in keeping with the neighborhood? It's not. If you drive up Arlington, and as you can even see from just the diagram here, these are all single-family detached houses We don't have multifamily housing over in that area that's being depicted on the map, nor do you have the density of anything. So to the extent what was shown in one of the first slides is an actual legal standard or requirement, this is not in keeping with the neighborhood. So if you want to add that as a third point, but again, just to recap, the road that I'm not aware of has been approved or funding achieved to the actual ability to build under the current zoning code is there. And then, 3, I think you've got something to look at, which is really the gateway to Devou Park for most of us, that's not in keeping with the neighborhood and the character of what's surrounding it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Desai. Are there any questions for Mr. Desai? And again, we're going to let the applicant come and try to, address those for you. So, but we don't deal, the one thing I can tell you is we don't deal with funding and how that's done. That's the city's, but this is contingent upon, and this says that this plan can't be done without that road improvement. So the road improvement doesn't go through, this plan doesn't go through. It's the zoning in this is subject to this concept development plan. If that road can't be built, this plan can't be built. They would have to come back. I don't know if that clears any of it up for you, but so the city will have to answer for some of that, how that road's coming in. That's outside of this, if that helps to clear that up. Okay, with that, Mayor Zembro, you're next.
Kathy Zembrode, Mayor in Park Hills. It's 606 Irish Rose. I'm actually a neighbor of Mr. Desai. I only have a couple of things, and I want to. I'm neutral for the project itself, but I'm for the development because it would allow us to access a grant, because a grant would be tied to a development to actually do the road. The 2 studies we paid quite a bit of money, almost a total of $100,000 for 2 studies over the years, small area study and the Dixie study, which both show realigning that road. I've had numerous calls from KYTC as well to get rid of one of the lights and how can we realign it. And I asked them years ago if they're going to fund it, we'd look at that, but they never called back with funding, so it stayed the same. But this is a chance if grant money is available, and we've actually applied, but I'm waiting to hear back on that. That gives us the ability to do the road as the small area study has shown in the past. The other on the turnaround, that was not with a small truck. That was done with, they always use the largest one, not just what we have, but other departments always assist us. That was done and tested on Altavia Road, which is in Park Hills, and it's we've widened the road a little bit to like 20 foot now, but the end is that size, and that's where we got that idea, because it doesn't need the big cul-de-sac room. And on Mr. Lutz's, I know his turnaround where he is, I do know that street, and that's an old street, and the cul-de-sacs are very small, so it's really hard to turn around on that one as well, but these T-turns are much safer, I believe, so I wanted to address that. And that's pretty much all I have. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions, Mayor Zembro?
I guess relating to the road, like Chairman Darpo said, without the road rework, this project doesn't go. So, and it's not a state road, so Kentucky Transportation Cabinet, I'm assuming, has no will to fund it. So it's a
right.
It seems like in a way we got the cart before the horse here, that the development would follow the road development, but it sounds like that's kind of in flux.
Well, the money actually was applied for, not from the state, but from a Kenton County fund.
Yeah, so I guess, you know,
So that's not, it wasn't the same. Actually, the funding is tied to a development. And that's how I found out about it in the first place, because of the development.
it's not in Park Hill's budget to do the road realignment.
Not the whole funds, but we do have the
Right, you
10%
have
match.
some part of it.
Yeah, we have a part of it.
But to clarify, you had to have a project in order to apply for the grant.
Right,
Gotcha.
yes. It's tied to that
Yeah.
project, so, yes.
Are there any other questions, comments? If not, you've adequately addressed the map amendment, text amendment, and waiver that you're, right? Are you good with it?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry,
I do have a question for you all. You say you have to do the road, because if you the access now has a light there, it's a road to come in right up, I mean, they made it kind of directly across from South Arlington, and it accesses straight back. So I didn't know if that makes that buildable no matter what happens to the road. I'm just curious,
Well,
because.
my understanding is, we're doing a map amendment tied to this concept development plan.
Okay.
If there is a material change of that concept development plan, they have to come back. If they can't access it, or that road is not as it appears on this plan, this concept plan, they have to come back and get approved, whatever change there would be.
Okay.
This would not be able to be built if that
Okay.
road is not approved and
Thank you.
constructed that way.
Thank you.
That's my
Just-
understanding. Staff, is that correct? Your understanding as well? I know, well, yeah, my attorney's saying yes, so we're good.
Actually, I do.
Mr. Dembo, I'd love to hear what you say, but I chose to add a little more. Sorry about that, yeah. So that's the situation on it.
Okay.
And I'm sure the developer will make sure they understand that as well, so.
I just have a quick clarifying question. So the grant is contingent upon this development or
Well,
any
a
development?
A development.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Next up, I have Carolyn Winston.
Sorry, breaking was a little hard there. All right. I'm Caroline Wenstall. I live at 833 Aberdeen Road. So on the map, I'm the square in the corner of the, with the funky yard. So the square's me. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I really want to echo a lot of what my neighbors on Aberdeen and Alhambra are expressing. You know, the biggest concern for me is the buffer and what's going to happen to that hillside. So my yard basically goes off the cliff in a way. Sometimes you wonder what's down there. It's so big. So a big concern of that too is, are we going to have an increase in light pollution? Are we going to have an increase in noise pollution? When we moved in about 2014 and we bought our house, we liked that it was had proximity to the city, but we also weren't on Dixie Highway, hearing Dixie Highway day in, day out. So we have questions about what's that going to look like, you know, and the question, there's discussion around the walkability to commercial businesses. And in that area of Dixie right now, we're kind of in flux. I wouldn't say there's a ton to really walk to at this moment. So I have questions around that and just really making sure that, you know, I also was aware that it was initially 25 feet on the buffer zone, and now it's being decreased to 15 is what I heard tonight. So I have questions around that as well and how that will impact me and my neighbors, because I too like the ability, I look out and I see trees and it's really beautiful and it's part of the things I fell in love with. So those are just, I'm gonna keep it quick because we've all been here for quite a while, so.
We appreciate that. Any questions or comments for Ms. Winston? We'll let the developer talk about the noise and the light. When you're talking about buffers, guys, there's a difference between, there's a 25-foot setback to the whole thing. Nothing can be built within 25 feet of the property line. Now, the different landscape buffers are what they're talking about specifically. There'll be a 15-foot potential. I believe that's a 15-foot landscape buffer. I'll let the developer talk about it, but that's, we aren't changing anything in that, but there's two different things there, so that you understand. 25-foot setback, maybe a 15-foot landscape buffer. So, yeah, absolutely. Ms. Cardosi? You're good? Okay. So is there anybody, we did take public comment on the map amendment, the text amendment, and the waiver. Is there anybody that did not get to speak to any of those particular issues that meant to and forgot? I just want to make sure, because we're taking all three, that somebody doesn't say, oh, wait a minute, I've missed my opportunity. If not, Commissioner, or Mr. Burling, if you'd come up maybe and try to answer some of these folks' concerns, let them know what you're up to.
Yep. I'm gonna go backwards. My hand's starting to get tired. So we had, and the buffer, between the buffer and the setback's 20 feet. That's the setback. That's where the building can't be built closer than 20 feet. And the 15-foot is a set buffer that is all the way around the site. So some of that buffer will be an existing tree line. Some of it will be a landscape buffer that there's provisions in Z21 of a landscape buffer that is required in my final development plan. So walkability, she's right there. Caroline is correct. There are some businesses along Dixie. What this project could help spur is with the new Arlington on a new traffic light, could spur for future development down Dixie, going south on Dixie. So that the walkability is one of the things that is required for sidewalks. So it's something that we're going to provide. And there's a couple questions about the buffer. I went through the buffer on the hillside. On the, I guess it'd be the north and the east, north and west. You can see the topography lines, the darker lines, that's the limits of our grading. So beyond, basically from the limits of the grading, which is basically the end of the turnaround to the west property line, we're keeping most of those trees there, basically past the limits of grading to the property line. So there was a question about a retaining wall. I would say if it's close to the property line, that would remain in the existing tree line. So there will be an existing tree line that is on our property that will remain as a buffer, and some of that will be in that 15-foot buffer. In regards to the hillside, I have already had geotechnical studies done on the site. If any further are needed, as required by PDS, we'll be happy to do those. Terracon Engineering did those for me. That is a steep hillside. Most of that of the steep hillside is on our property or on the current city property, and we're not showing grading into that hillside as Mr. Dorpel said. It's one of the reasons for the turnaround. Doing a T-type turnaround or a cul-de-sac we would have to extend the street, and then it would get into grading issues into the base of that hillside. So that was one of the reasons that we did that. I think the mayor talked about the grants that are available. I talked about this tree screen. The development does not have an amenity. The amenity is that it is close to Covington, close to the city. It's on Dixie Highway. It's ready access to the interstate for jobs. It is a small complex. It's meant to be small, and the amenities are where you are. Being able to access parks, being able to access DeVue Park. It's the whole reason that we have these regional parks, is that those are huge amenities for people, especially the ones that will live here. I think that's, we got through everything. I know there was questions about drainage that will be dealt with on the engineering side and approved by the county. And then I think I went through how development impacts the steep cliff. If there's, there will be geotechnical requirements for that.
We know there were, if you want to explain to them the light and the noise and the regulations, basically there's light ordinances, noise ordinances, it can't increase, and how it's directed down. We have ordinances for that, but if you want to explain how you're setting up your lighting and
Yeah.
buffering that would be helpful.
So there'll be street lighting, as typical street lighting that you see on residential streets. I think we would have planned for a light at the end of the cul-de-sac and then a light at the intersection. The buildings would have lights out in front of their front doors. And beyond that, like this development, the project sits below the houses where the houses are, somewhat to the tune of 15 to 20 feet. So you're not staring direct, besides Miss Powers. So the light, you're not staring right into a unit, you're looking down at it. So light pollution on that end, we're not putting parking lot lights in this project. So
lights,
they're all residential lighting.
You'd be okay with meeting the standards that the
Yes.
lights will be downward facing?
Yes, sir.
For the streets?
Yeah.
I mean, which is basically required anyway.
Yes, it is. Yep.
Commissioners, did we miss anything? Anybody have any further questions?
I guess if you could comment, I know that with the realignment of the road, I don't know if your firm is invested in seeing that road gets realigned if this grant doesn't materialize. I mean, obviously you've got a lot of time and expense and engineering done to present this to us tonight, but what happens to all that if this road grant doesn't materialize?
It's the cost of being a developer.
Yeah.
What happens? Yeah, we work really hard to get this through. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, and that's part of being a developer.
I'm trying to picture in my mind what the cul-de-sac looks like in terms of that grade, because
Yeah.
it does look like there's going to need to be some excavation work.
Yeah.
But I'm not an engineer, so
Yeah.
can you walk me through what the grade is? Is it going to be sloping upward? Is it not? I'm trying to understand how much earth has to be moved to accommodate that.
I'm not an engineer either. I'm a history and Latin major, but
Oh,
I'll try to explain it as good as I can. So the road, there's requirements on grade on roads. That PDS, they have requirements for that, so we'll meet those requirements. It is coming up the hill.
Okay.
I can't speak to how. I don't remember how you grade up into the cul-de-sac there,
Yeah.
and then you can see behind and to the south you can see some darker
Right.
black. Those are grade lines, so that'd be the limit. So we are cutting into that hillside
Okay.
a couple feet to be able to get this road in there.
So could I see where the 15-foot landscape buffer is, but
Yeah.
what I think I hear you saying is that in fact, there would be the existing tree stand much deeper into your property than that 15-foot buffer.
That is, on some parts of the site. So,
Yeah.
to Ms. Powers, there wouldn't be any trees left there, so that we would have to do a required buffer.
Okay.
It's in Z21, but then as you get further, deeper into the site, the existing tree line, we would keep as much of that as possible, especially as we get towards the back. There's a larger, deeper area there of the existing tree line.
Okay. And just on the comment on the density, was there consideration, I'm sure there was, into coming up with a plan that kept within the current recommended density?
You mean that's in the recommended density in the
And the
comprehensive
existing,
plan
yes.
is 7 to 14. In the current zoning, it's less.
9. Yeah, I
And
think.
9.
Yeah.
In the current zoning, it only allows single family and duplexes.
Yep, yep.
So to be able to get a density that would make a project work of this extent.
Yeah.
With single family and duplex.
Yeah.
It was not possible.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
the idea was to go to a denser plan that did fall within the comp plan. So it was
Right.
a comp plan
Yeah.
that Park Hills did, that did recommend.
It's up to
14 units
14, the comp plan?
in the comp plan, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, comments? Mr. Burling, thank you. I think you addressed all the ones we had the best we could. All right, with that, if we don't have any further clarifications needed as staff, I'm gonna, what did I do? Recess, thank you. Recess the public hearing. Sorry, my early onset Alzheimer's. Recess public hearing for discussion amongst commissioners. Is there any discussion needed on this? Anybody got any further questions, comments?
I mean, I'll just make a comment. I've known this area for a long time, grew up in Fort Wright, moved out of town for a while, and came back. Park Hills and other communities like it are going to require creative solutions. You just got some areas that are landlocked in there, and you've got some areas that require some pinching and some creativity. So I appreciate the creativity.
And, I just point out that as, the plan itself has an environmental element, and one of the recommendations is specifically pursue and promote varied approaches for the safe development and preservation of hillsides. As you point out, this is tough topography to build. I feel like what I'm hearing is that considerations have been made to do as much hillside preservation, to have as minimal impact as possible. But I hear the concerns of the community. I'm leaning toward feeling that this is consistent based on what I'm hearing from the developer, and that the impact is as minimal as possible. Does anybody feel otherwise? I guess.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and reconvene all three the public hearings as well. When we do this, we're going to take each one at a time. Yeah, are there any questions, clarifications? What? Yes. Staff, anybody got any questions for staff? Any clarifications, anything? Okay, because when I close it, we're going to have to call for a meeting, so I'm going to do these one at a time. So we're going to close the public hearing on the map amendment, and I will call for a motion on that. We do not have a Park Hills member tonight. Can I have a motion?
I'll take a motion.
Hydrick?
I'd like to make a motion in reference to file PC-26-0007-MA, area of 2.14 acres on the south side of Arlington Road between Dixie Highway to the east and Aberdeen Road to the west, approximately 165 feet west of Dixie Highway in Park Hills. I move, based on the facts and consideration contained in the staff report and testimony of the staff and witnesses present, I find it is consistent with the applicable regulations.
I'll second.
Well, you need to find that it's consistent with the comprehensive plan. Has there been, are there existing classifications inappropriate or appropriate, right? And that there's an economic, physical, or social nature within the area, that's probably, which are not anticipated the adoption of the comprehensive plan, which is substantially altered. So it would probably be under B, basically, since that way, they came in and did the Z21 and now they have that road, so it would probably be under the second one.
I'm fine to amend my motion to include item B under the state statutes.
Is there a second? Who was the second?
I'll second.
Mr. Furling, who's the second? So we have a first and a second. Are there any questions on the motion?
Do we need to include the commitment from the developer to push those parking spots back enough to accommodate the sidewalks? I know that was agreed to. I didn't know if that was important too.
You want that included in the
As part of,
motion?
you want to amend that on the motion?
I'll amend that on the motion as well.
Second, okay?
Second is okay.
Second is approval, okay. That's a good comment. I'm glad you remembered that. Okay, if there's no other questions or comments, if you'll call the roll, please.
Commissioner Heydrich?
Yes.
Commissioner Burling?
Yes.
Commissioner Bridges?
Yes.
Commissioner Darple?
Yes.
Commissioner DeAngelis?
Yes.
Commissioner Dickey?
Yes.
Commissioner France?
Yes.
Commissioner Simpson?
Yes.
Commissioner Snyder?
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Yes.
Commissioner Wickman?
Yes.
Commissioner Baumgartner?
Yes.
Commissioner Flem?
Yes.
And the motion is approved.
Motion is approved. Just so everyone knows, on the map amendment and on the text amendment, which we're going to call for a motion here in amendment, we are a recommending body to the city. We only recommend. This is not a final decision on those matters. It simply goes to the city as that recommendation, and the city is the one that takes final action and has final say. So please make sure you keep in contact with the city and follow up on this, okay? On the waiver, at the very end, we are the final say. So we can grant the waiver, but if we grant it and the development doesn't go through, and the waiver doesn't go through either because it's directed directly to this, concept development plan. With that, I'm gonna go ahead, we're gonna close the public hearing on the, text amendment, and I will call for a motion on the text amendment.
I'll keep rolling if you'd like.
All right, if you would please, yeah.
I'd like to make a following motion with reference to file PC-29-0006-TX. I move to approve the text amendment based on the facts and considerations contained in the staff report and based on the testimony of staff and witnesses present at the public hearing, and further finding that the proposed text amendments are reasonable regulations.
Excellent. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Commissioner Burling's a second. Any questions, comments on that motion? If you call the roll, please.
Commissioner Heidrich?
Yes.
Commissioner Burling?
Yes.
Commissioner Bridges?
Yes.
Commissioner Darkle?
Yes.
Commissioner DeAngelis?
Yes.
Commissioner Dickey?
Yes.
Commissioner France?
Yes.
Commissioner C. Simpson?
Yes.
Commissioner Snyder?
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Yes.
Commissioner Wickman?
Yes.
Commissioner Baumgartner?
Yes.
Commissioner Flem?
Yes.
And the motion is approved.
Excellent. Okay, we're going to go ahead now, and we're going to do the final one. This is for the waiver. I'm going to close the public hearing. And with that closed public hearing, just one quick comment by myself. Take waivers very seriously. I don't like to grant them at all. Don't like to give up sidewalks, and I don't like to change cul-de-sacs. But sometimes they just make sense to make a project work. I'd rather see that cul-de-sac than have them cut back into that hillside further and destabilize it or have to clear more of it, listening to you all as well. So with that, I'm gonna close that public hearing, call for a motion, unless anybody else have any other comments on that? Okay.
You have to.
If we'll go ahead and I'll call for the motion, please.
I'd like to make the following motion reference to file W-26-0001, based on the facts and considerations contained in the staff report and the testimony of staff and witnesses present at the public hearing tonight. Move to approve the requested waiver because I find the waiver will not be detrimental to the public interest, and that the unusual topographical or exceptional physical conditions exist, and the strict compliance with these regulations would create an extraordinary hardship in the face of exceptional conditions.
I'll second. Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
Commissioner Burling's a second. Okay, any questions, comments on the motion? If not, if you call the roll, please.
Commissioner Heidrich?
Yes.
Commissioner Burling?
Yes.
Commissioner Bridges?
Yes.
Commissioner Darkle?
Yes.
Commissioner DeAngelis?
Yes.
Commissioner Dickey?
Yes.
Commissioner France?
Yes.
Commissioner Simpson?
Yes.
Commissioner Snyder?
Yes.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Yes.
Commissioner Wickman?
Yes.
Commissioner Baumgartner?
Yes.
Commissioner Flem?
Yes.
The waiver is approved.
Waiver is approved, and that is final as long as it does go through. Please, everyone, remember we are a recommending body and follow up with the city. They do have the final say, and they'll be having a hearing on this as well, okay? So, if you would, we're gonna go ahead and continue on the meeting, so we can get home in a decent hour, but you're free to, it's not necessary for you to stay around. Well done.
Thanks. Okay. All right. Let's see. The next item is reports from committees. So on the executive front, with Commissioner Ryan retiring after last meeting, he was our treasurer. We will need to fill that treasurer role, and so we would vote on that as a commission. I know so the executive committee's the chair, vice chair, and treasurer, so Paul, me, and it was Phil. I would like to, we don't, under our bylaws, you have 10 days to consider, filling the role. So we likely just take a formal vote at our next meeting. But I'd like to recommend Mara Snyder and to consider that. She's been on the commission for over 2 decades. She's,
sound old.
No. She's very.
She started when she was 7.
She's very experienced and very thoughtful about things. She is the independence rep, and as we know, she has to bear the brunt of a lot of work because of that. So many independence matters come before them, and so I think it would be good to have independence representative on the executive committee, but I don't know if anyone else is interested in serving in that role, but we would vote on that at the next meeting. Any thoughts, comments?
I move that we put that nomination on for a formal vote at the next meeting. If we need a motion to get it on, do we?
I don't think we do. Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to think anything else on the executive front. No, just I did get a letter to me from the city of Park Hills about Phil's Phil's announcement that he retired at the last meeting, and that they were appointing Mr. Mike Conway, to fill that role. He already had a conflict scheduled for tonight by the time they even asked him to serve. But we had lunch with him like we do and try to do with all of our new reps, and he's a very experienced guy, very nice guy, and we're looking forward to having him. So he's has a lot of good experience. He seems very reasonable guy. So I think you guys like him. Direction 2030 implementation.
So we have a presentation, the housing study presentation, and I didn't know if we can do it next month, but if you could give us like 15 minutes to give the presentation. I think because you guys have put a lot of work into this, and I think it's important, and I really would like to do it at a time where it's not at the end of a long meeting and do it short shrift. Unless there's a timing issue that you think we need to do it.
There's not a timing issue. We just had a lot of really great discussion about the housing and income alignment. So, but it has been a long evening. So,
I mean, you guys tell me. I mean, do you want to do it now, or would you want to do it? Okay. Yeah, let's do that. I mean, I want to. It's good work. So yeah.
I get that, and then a lot of time and energy went into it, and I don't want to be falling asleep over.
Is July just as busy?
What's July looking like?
Deadline is not until next Tuesday because my staff, we're not meeting on a regular meeting day and time. That's your reminder. We're meeting on the following Tuesday because of the 4th. So we don't know everything that we'll have yet.
Based on kind of.
We have some that have been talked about and that could be submitted, but nothing as of yet.
There's nothing submitted yet?
No, but again, the deadline isn't until Tuesday.
And they tend to come in at the last minute, don't they?
Right,
generally?
right. So I would say I'm like 90% sure we're going to have a map amendment, but we'll know more in a couple days.
Let's just say be ready next month.
Yeah.
Let's just.
And I definitely appreciate everybody's sentiment about this, and we want to make sure that we have time to give a presentation.
Okay. All right. Subdivision review.
We have a meeting the 15th, 4:30, I believe. Just got the things I've talked about in every of the meetings, the long streets, they want to talk about the concrete mix, they want to talk, there's just 3 or 4 things. We're gonna meet at 4:30. We want to try to keep all meetings to an hour or less. Appreciate everybody's time.
What about, I know you were talking about trying to get meetings to discuss using, parking studies and traffic studies.
Yeah,
and
traffic studies, yes, that's one of the topics we're talking about, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we're going to go over what other jurisdictions do, how they handle it, we'll talk about that.
The one that comes up often is the limit of dwelling units per street access.
Yeah.
Or subdivision access.
So we'll talk about all those quickly and just how we want to handle them. So I don't know that we'll resolve them, but at least we'll talk about how we're going to address them.
Okay.
How about that?
Z21.
Nothing to report.
All right. Reports from commission members? Reports from legal counsel?
Nothing to report.
Reports from staff, announcements? No general correspondence? No. Any new business? Any public comments? All right. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second? All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Everybody turn off your computers, set them up.